Welcome, everybody. I know it's been a while, but we are back with the Meatheads podcast.
Moves done. Fuck with De Niro, I got a Snyder extended clip, so who wanna play heroes? Go bad shit like Ozzy, I was born in the darkness. Oh, you the wolf till we pull up and you're harmless. So pray to
Burberry scars, stripping Perry on, living like a comet, moving amongst the stars. $100,000 sports car.
The following program is rated TV MAL. It contains strong language and is intended only for mature.
How's everybody's father feeling today?
Go fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself. Let me talk to you.
That's right, folks. Let us talk to you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Circle of the Top Rope and GETCHO podcast, folks. Right here, live. We're on the road to Wrestlemania. That is right. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, the host Steve, I've been seeing here my other hosts with me. Familia, beside mi corazón. By all. Of course, let me go ahead and introduce them. He is, of course, the Mussolini and Kennedy. Because he is a motherfucking Pepsi.
What up?
That's right. For $3.99, you catch this man on OnlyFans. Don't forget OnlyFans himself.
I'm raising the price. It's WrestleMania week. I got to raise the price.
You got to raise the price, really?
Exactly. Surge prices are a bitch.
Oh, that's it. What is going on, everybody? Temple, appreciate you for tuning in. Oh, man. Feeling what's going on. World Elite. Good show on Tuesday to have them. Check out the replay. Jordan, what's going on, my brother? And, of course, today joining us, finally he's here. Because I've been at his show. But he's finally going to be here in our show. Which he's family. He's familia. He's our all, man. This man brings you the Get Show everywhere, anywhere. West Coast, East Coast, Midwest. Doesn't matter where.
Holla.
You better holler at him and you hear him, ladies and gentlemen, because this guy brings you a lot of good shit. Good fucking shit. Ain't that right, Vince? Just say, just for one.
Such good shit.
Good. It's good shit, man.
That just is especially creepier now. That hit different now.
I know it does. But it hit different. It doesn't hit different on
it. It was at this moment Jackson knew. He fucked up.
We already know, but ladies and gentlemen, help you welcome our brother from GETCHO podcast, the host with the most coast to coast. That is our boy Justin. What is going on, man?
Hey, we here. We're live. Philadelphia, shout out. You know what I'm saying? Aaron Iverson.
That's right. Hell yeah,
you know?
Love it.
That's how we do. That
is right. And a happy Thursday, folks. Of course, we can't do it Friday because I know everybody's usually used to Friday for us, but no, we can't because tomorrow we got SmackDown, you got the Hall of Fame, you got Ring of Honor, the Super Card of Honor. There's a Pandemonium debate that we got to have here, folks. Before we get into all those predictions, there's two things I want to get into here that caught our eyes. And of course, we heard everybody in the whole community, but it's time for us to debate this. And I think think it's that time, Pepsi Phil. I think we are gonna have.
What could it possibly be?
I know, and I think why not? I'm curious to hear Justin's, thoughts of it. You know what? The Debate of the Week. That's right. Debate of the Week here. We heard Mr. Phil Brooks, not our Phil, but Phil Brooks of other WWE's. We heard his thoughts, commenting about how they buried a hatchet with Papa H and Nick Khan, and how the whole situation happened. How the situation happened with Jack Perry, and with Tony Khan. How is he as a boss? I heard everybody from Busted Open, Eric Bischoff. I haven't heard of Courtney, so Pepsi Phil's gonna break us down on that one. But man, I could tell you, there was so much shit here that kind of opened eyes here. He's a good guy, good everything, but he's not a businessman. So man, shit is about to hit the fan.
Shit's about to hit the fan.
I think it is because they got everybody on social media talking shit. But it's time for us to give our opinions about this. So I'm gonna let our guest here, our hermano J-Man, break it down, brother. What were your thoughts when you heard everything overall? Break it down. Let the people know. Let the world people know your thoughts overall on his interview.
The world, Craig.
The world. Oh, hold on. I got that clip before anything. The world.
The world, Craig. Shit, not just the city, the world.
Hey.
Shout out, Mike Epps. But the whole interview I thought was really good. The whole thing, it was a fast 2 hours. But basically, if you want to get to like my opinion and comments on the whole thing, truth hurts.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Truth hurts. I mean, it goes no telling that when you not just CM Punk, but other people that have been in that company kind of tell you that there's no structure and there's no real description on like what they're doing. I mean, but then again, it's not a bad thing. That's also his situation, his mindset when he was at AEW. For everyone else, it could be totally different, right? But for CM Punk, like it's just that's how he felt it was when he was there. Do I agree? I mean, a little bit, but that doesn't mean that AEW is a bad place to be at.
Mm-hmm. That's good.
Okay. All
right.
I love it. All right. Pepsi Phil.
So it's like I think who was it? I think it was either Big Show or Mark Henry who said somewhere like there's always going to be two perspectives, and only the truth's really going to be somewhere in the middle. Mm-hmm. Do I think some of the stuff he said was true? Yes. Do I think him, quote unquote, being put upon to handle that stuff was pretty much one of the big things that he had to deal with? No, I don't. I don't think they actually went, Punk, come save us. We need you to fix this for us. Like, do I think it was a terrible idea for Tony to give Punk a show? Yes. Mm-hmm. But by and large, and someone said it best, don't ever, and I think it was Bubba Ray who said, never put wrestlers in charge of wrestlers. Never put talent in charge of talent.
Yep.
So I think, for me, do I think the structure issue was, I mean, we all knew the structure issue was always a thing with Tony for a long time. He wanted to run a AEW, a multi-billion-dollar company, like it was an independent, and it is not an independent. Mm-hmm. As much as he would like it to be. They may have a bunch of IWC cats there, but it is mainstream. Yeah. So he needs to run it like it's mainstream. And I think the only thing I really took away from the Punk interview was he didn't do that. Punk was a perfect example of just bad leadership. Do I think Tony learned his lesson from that? Yes. I truly believe after the Punk incident and him leaving and him and Jungle Boy having their whatevers, I think he kind of like knuckled down, because if you look at some of his executive management and who he's put in charge of, like, quote unquote, I guess, I don't know what they call it, but it's like the board who's in charge of everyone's ethics and behavior thing, that it's like the lawyers and where Daniel Bryan's on it. I think he pretty much went, okay, look, I can't run this like an independent thing and start running it that way. I think he's doing it. I think he is. Do I think Punk saw what he saw? I think his perception is, yeah, like you said, that's what he believed. But, at the same time, an argument can be made that might be Punk. Like, that's what he thrives in a very structured, very
Right.
siloed kind of environment, which AEW at the time probably isn't. I mean, if he could bury the hatchet, because again, even no matter what he said, if the situation's right, Punk will go back. Because remember, he said the same thing about WWE. And look at it. And it wasn't, and before you start saying, but he was with Vince. No, he had beef with Triple H. Like, he had more beef with Triple H than Vince.
Yep.
And people said there was no way he'd ever go back to WWE. Surprise, he showed up. So, do I think anything he said, you make sure you take it with a grain of salt? Because if he's still wrestling or still in the business 5 years from now, who's to say he won't be back in AEW? Who's to say there won't be a thing? Like I said, in the end, it was interesting to hear his perspective, but for me, it felt very revisionist to me. It felt it's what I saw. This is how I was feeling. And it was more feelings than actual truth.
Okay. But what did Corny say? I want to know the Corny. I want to fucking know. What the fuck, yeah.
Well, goddamn.
I can't give you word for word, but the basic gist of it is he pretty much believes AEW kept Colt Cabana over CM Punk and thinks that was a huge mistake. To which I'm saying the fuck it is. And this isn't like Punk's work ethic. Colt Cabana has literally been putting in the work backstage with talent since when AEW first started. If there was going to be a beef between CM Punk and Colt Cabana, as a professional, like you said, CM Punk could let that shit go. But apparently, Colt, according to Corny, he thought they should have to make sure CM Punk was happy. They should have got rid of Colt Cabana, which honestly for me makes no sense whatsoever. Why you would do like a stable guy in your thing? Like I know Tony had his releases recently, but that's the business, unfortunately. So, but like I said, by and large.
Shout out to Ernesto Diaz, man. We had him here on the show.
So I mean, like I said, the good news is that Punk apparently found a place where he has the structure he wanted. And I mean, as far as I'm concerned, good for him. He's happy. And like I said, I mean, Dom would probably say he's going to fuck it up somehow, but maybe like I said, Triple H runs a tight ship. That'll probably keep him in line. And I think, honestly, like you said, that's what he needs. Like when he was at ROH, he was a genuine issue. When he was on the Indies, he was an issue with promoters. When he got to WWE, they sat him down and said, "You need to calm that fuck down," and he did. I mean, we won't talk about the pipe bomb, but apparently, that was just him being him.
How he felt that day.
Yeah, exactly. Which apparently is a problem for him, because apparently he has no internal monologue when he's in a mood. So
I know, yeah, that's right. And shout out to boy Temple and the low class Nick Dieter from the Mr. Universe himself.
I mean,
right to that man.
I mean, the only thing I think I got most out of it was Eddie Kingston, who basically said they asked him about it, and he told the truth. He doesn't care. What he cares about are the people that AEW had to release recently.
Yeah, we're gonna get into that one, sure.
Yeah, he's like, this is their life, this is their money. And for him, he's like, I mean, I know he sounds like the type to go, look, I know you didn't have a good time here, but stop trying to run the company down, because there ain't that many places in wrestling where people are making money or pretty much people can take care of their family this way. And he was just worried about them. And I think and honestly, this will sound weird, kind of thing. I think Eddie thought it was a little bit low class of him not to tell his story, because Eddie has done some stuff as well. But I think the fact that it was so pointed and so meant to drag the company into the ground, like I think that was the thing a lot of people tend to take personally. At least I would anyway.
Yeah.
Especially if I still work there.
It's tough because we hear his side, right? We haven't heard anybody else's side or AEW's side at all. Of course, with the NDA, with the whole what happened in the post scrum, I get that. Now, in regards to the other thing for him mentioning, Jack Perry, and as much as Bully Ray's a bullshitter too, but I believe Bully Ray when he said it on Busted Open. Jack Perry was a dick, and you know what? And I could even say that because when I met him before he even became big in AEW, when he was back in the Indies, when Joey Ryan had his promotion, Bar Wrestling, I seen him there. I seen him in other Eddie promotions, and he was I thought he was very humble in the beginning, and then he became an asshole. I'm like, well, fuck you too, then shit. But it just,
yeah. But remember, he 12 years old in the business.
Well, yeah, but see, that what I can believe Punk because if for Bully to say that about Jack Perry, him saying, "Well, I did the same thing when we sat next to each other." He didn't even say hi. He didn't say a handshake. Hey, good to meet you. It's an honor. None of that. Like, oh, I'm nobody. I'm like, well, all right. Well, fuck you too then. That's Bully Ray's mentality there. So it's just, and then with the Tony, here's the word of the day, folks. Structure. I've been fucking saying this forever that this man, Tony Khan, needs a structure in his company. And comments, for Punk's comments saying, oh, well, they're more about the matches and more about, they're not really about, having writers or blah, blah. It's just more about trying to get 5-star matches to, pretty much give the credit so they can get it from Uncle Seltzer and that piece of shit Alvarez. Mm-hmm. So, but it just, that's what I have nothing against AEW. The only thing I have against is behind the scene is the structure. Because we're us as pro wrestling fans are so used to storytelling because we grew up with that back in, 80s, 90s, 2000s, go back to the gold era, generation era, fucking attitude era, even aggression era, WWE. I can even
the golden era with Hulk Hogan in there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Those were fucking stories.
Even AWA and WCCW, even the old school stuff, like there was always a storyline. But I mean, to be on the B side, sometimes like that's okay. Like for AEW to be different and not be so storyline heavy and have a whole new type of wrestling, like isn't that what people want though? Like a different perspective, right? You know what I'm saying? Like not everyone is gonna be like, oh, I like Biggie Smalls, but sometimes I want to listen to Jack Hollow. Fuck him, by the way. But I mean, but like, I'm just saying, I'm just comparing. I'm just comparing.
I mean, that's a stretch right there.
Shout out. No, but you know what I'm saying? Like you just need a difference, right? Like CMML, right? Shout out to them. They had the Blackpool Combat Club versus CMML this past weekend. And that's a whole different style of wrestling that's not really storyline centric also. And sometimes if you look at basic wrestling, like lucha style doesn't make sense sometimes. Like why is this guy doing a hurricanrana if he just got his knee to his face? Like shouldn't he be down for the count? No, but he gets up. Sometimes that's how it is. Like you just want something different, but CM Punk is, I mean, I like CM Punk, but sometimes it's one of those things like when you just break up with a girl, then you just want to talk shit about them and her friends. That's basically what it is,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I kind of felt it too. When it comes to the Tony Khan and really more the Hangman, I can tell that's all talking shit. But the Jack Perry one, I will have to agree with. But everything else, I hear his side of the story. It's really more like I gotta hear now their side of the story, what they can, or anybody else who has the balls to say something of one of his comments. Which in reality, at the end, they don't need to. Who cares?
Right.
He's moved forward, and who gives a shit?
I mean, truth be told, when I heard that CM Punk, arguably the oldest person on the roster, got into a fight with Jack Perry, the youngest person on the roster, I was like, oh, this is old versus new issue. And what I will say is this, and this is not in defense of Jack Perry because I don't know what the real story is, but I have found the only issue with today's wrestling that I have, and it's not a major one, The problem I have is that new wrestlers, in an effort to really stand out, they tend to shy away from talking to the quote unquote the old guys.
Yes.
Just to learn a little bit of, like, you don't need to know everything. Like, let's face it, you don't need to go to Ric Flair and learn how to do a figure four or learn how to tell a story. That you learn just through experience. But there are some like as internal etiquette. Internal etiquette rules in regards to like interacting with other wrestlers, especially older ones, and working with them. And Cody talked about the collaboration part of it, but like being able to work with, and I use this word loosely, an elder, quote unquote, elder wrestler. Like I won't use legend, I'll just use elder wrestler. But like,
Wait, call me old, man. I know I'm old, but fuck, you don't have to call me old. I know, shit.
I get reminded of when Private Party got their first match against the Hardys. And in that match, if you watch their social media, you would have thought they won the lottery. Because think about it, they got if you look at Private Party, you go, oh, that's a Jeff Hardy influence right there. They got their basic wrestling, and that's how they behave. And I don't think you should be kowtowing to everybody, but there is a certain level of like, I guess you could say respect.
Yeah.
That I think Jack Perry probably thought that if he was gonna make a name for himself, he had to say fuck everybody.
Right.
Like he thought that's what he had to do, especially being a heel. Like, I gotta really push the envelope to really be a heel. And on AEW, keep in mind, AEW at the time they got into a fight, they were really heel heavy. Really heel heavy, and he had to break himself. He had to fight. He probably thought he had to find something to break out of that. And I don't think it was to pick a fight with him, but that comment about the broken glass thing was probably just him going, look, see, I'm a badass too.
Right.
And it's a miscommunication. It just blew up. I mean, do I know why Punk got all in his feelings? I mean, he said it, but why he got in his feelings over Jack Perry just being, we'll just say being a punk kid, for lack of a better word, no pun intended. I don't know, because truth be told, Punk was the same way.
Oh yeah,
say whatever you want. If you watch
Ring of Honor days, it was the same thing before Ring of, that's back in the days he was like that.
Exactly. So he basically, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, Punk just fought a future version, a past version of himself. Because Jack Perry, don't get me wrong, I truly do believe he was an asshole. But I do think that's because he was never taught the actual like what I call the backstage etiquette, not politics, but backstage etiquette with other people. And is that because his dad was Luke Perry and he was pretty much sheltered to come in? Not that he didn't put in the work, but like maybe they didn't think like, I don't know if I could talk to the son of an actor about being in the rules of wrestling kind of thing.
Right.
Maybe. I don't know. Like I said,
no, you're right. Because the one thing that CM Punk said that I remember, that like if you listen to other wrestlers from his era and like even the Attitude Era, like Mark Henry and them, like it was hard for them to get rental cars. It was hard because the 80s era messed everything up for everybody in the future because they just destroyed cars, drinking, partying, like the seats and even the hotel rooms be all just thrashed, right? And so it made it hard for the ones in the 90s, the Attitude Era, to even get rental cars. Like I remember Mark Henry telling about this story.
Yeah.
So the generation after that, like which is CM Punk's generation, they had to make sure that they stayed in line for what they put in first. And that's what basically what CM Punk and Jack was like, why would you mess up this rental car and then send it back to them? Like, don't you understand like how hard it was just to get rental cars? And I know it's like one of those like, oh, back in my day thing, but it's true. Like in this day and age, you know how hard it is to get a rental car. Like, you know what I'm saying?
It's like fucking details. Yeah, right. It's like, man, you gotta go through this.
And word travels for some reason. If you mess up, you mess up one car in one place. Because I think the trick is they all have the exact same.
You don't think Enterprise people talk shit about this customer? You know what I mean?
Now the weird part is, remember the
Enterprise people be talking.
Yeah, I think the insurance.
And I know Tony Khan probably paid for all those rental cars, which is why he probably felt like he could just do whatever he want, which is why CM Punk is talking about structure, like even the small details, because every wrestler, even in TNA, they still have to go get their own cars. You know, they still got to go through everything. Like, oh, I have to go pay my own dues. A lot of people in AEW don't know the meaning of pay their own dues.
Yeah, and like I said, Temple's right. Because here's the thing: if you want to talk about a heavy structure, New Japan Pro Wrestling has that. And from what I'm seeing,
hell yeah, they'll beat your ass.
Exactly.
If you walk in the ring the wrong way, they will fucking. I'm Asian, man. I know the disciplinary. I know.
So his heel run in New Japan is actually really good because I want to say the structure, but I think because there's a discipline there that everyone follows and like makes sure everyone follows. He seems to be finding his way a lot better than he was. Because but here's the thing though, he is still trolling people.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
But honestly, it built him in a way that's fine. That's the one thing with him. It's just like how you guys mentioned. That's the only we get it. That is a new generation, and it's a new era. And of course, we've seen it before. Like how like just mentioned the gold era, how it just switched to the new generation era. How from Hogan to Brett, and from Brett to Austin, from Austin to Cena. But they don't forget. And they acknowledge from the from the past to say at least certain, advices. Okay, get that because we are. Let's be real. We are in an era that even our fucking children are even understanding. Like I said, this is just to clarify myself. I'm not hating on anybody, folks who are watching and listening. This is really more about about the opening more to the LGBTQ, which is fine. I have nothing against it. Or anything else or allowing now the cuss words like bitch, fuck now on national television or on cable television. So we're heading into that direction. So, but keep in mind it's a soap opera and it's entertainment, but they still follow a story. That's the only difference. That's where it still stays the same. A story, it stays still the same. It can balance ups and downs, but everything else could change, but the story will never change. Meaning just the word story, to tell a story to the audience to get an understanding, of what's going on. Of course, we do get indies that they just do random matches. Of course, we always do. That's always going to happen. AEW feels like that as well at times, which is great. It's awesome. I don't see it as something sometimes wrong, but there's sometimes it's like, why are you doing this? It's like, let's give us a story for it. I think this should be about the story. Just certain things that I feel that they do need a structure behind the scene, more like for God's sakes, Jericho's fucking there, who's a veteran who should know this shit. You got a veteran there who could tell you, okay, tell this story here. I get it, testing the waters and trying something different as we're heading into this era. That's fine and all, but it's gonna come to a point that it's just gonna be like, all right, we already predicted, so what? It is what it is.
Right.
It's too predictable. That's the problem because it's for me. I mean, I'm saying, and not speaking for you guys or for others, it's just for myself. It's just I feel it's too predictable what the expectation next after during that story or where they're heading to. I just wish they could make it more like entertaining for me to say tune in next week, like fucking watching Dragon Ball Z. Well, you know how I always say you must tune in next week on the next episode. Of
Dragon Ball Z.
So we talked about that a little bit, the predictability. I mean, let's face it.
Hold on, man. What up?
313. 313.
So I don't actually have a problem with the predictability. Yeah, thank you.
Tempo, we talked about that last time. I told you there's a new Bullet Club, regardless of now people hate it or not, because the Bullet Club is done for me. That's my thing.
Okay.
I apologize.
Word?
Let's see.
You were really got me thinking I think it was about a year ago. You got me thinking that current era with Jay Switchblade was a good Bullet Club. I'm like, okay, Ivan, you kind of made me think about that.
It was. I mean, this new one though, I'm actually giving it a shot because
me too. I liked him and Finley as a leader. I just want to see where it goes with. But it's true. Right now, it's really more what's attracting the audience more. Is really the House of Torture for once because all we get is interference and puts asses on seats because people want to see them lose. So they're doing a good job. That for once they're pushing them, and who they added into their faction.
Rem Narada, right?
Yeah, Narita.
Yeah,
and then who else they added? Oh, Jack Perry and
Jack Perry, right?
Kanemaru. So far, those are the three that I know that
honestly,
added.
Jack Perry and House of Brutality, that's probably the best thing he could have done. Putting him in a good, strong faction. Look, that's wrestling 101 right there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
even David here saying, even DS here saying, yep.
I mean, so I'm gonna say it right now. Can we at least admit the only really good thing about the Attitude Era were the main eventers and some of the mid-carders? And some of the mid-carders, I will say some of the mid-carders.
Give me some. Dap me up, bro. Dap me up, man. Phil, that's why I like you, man, because me and my homies have always kind of felt that way. Like, yes, the Attitude was something, but it was a whole lot of segments. A whole lot of segments and no wrestling.
I still remember the Turkey Bowl, which was, oh my God, I don't even know how that got on television.
Right. The Turkey Bowl, the giving birth to the hand.
Yeah,
Vince McMahon, almost like doing creepy shit with his daughter. You know what I'm saying? Like,
so, like the main
abominations. Come on now. You know, then you had a whole naked Blue Meanie at one episode.
Yeah, I can't.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot about that shit.
or the cringy Kurt Angle. God bless him, great wrestler. Still love him. The cringy Kurt Angle segments when he was trying to have sex with Charmel.
Oh God!
Oh man!
So I mean,
Al Snow cooking up the dog. A big boss man cooking up his dog. Hell in a kettle.
Yeah,
come on,
or that horrible racist one about the chop pee pee thing.
Yeah.
Come on. Choppy your pee pee.
Yeah. Come on. That if anything, I know that like.
Val managed to survive.
Oh, ladies.
So,
one leg could be Thanksgiving and the other leg could be Christmas, and we'll meet between the holidays.
Exactly.
Oh, that's right. Even when Diaz brought up, that's right. Fucking the boss man, even the Chihuahua. I remember that.
Dude, so don't get me wrong. We did have some of the greatest matches of the Attitude Era. I will not lie about that. They were some of the greatest matches in the main event. We got TLC. We got Kurt Angle. Pretty much anything Kurt Angle did. Shit.
Right.
Kurt Angle, Brock Lesnar is probably one of my favorites. Or we got Eddie Guerrero versus Kurt, which was also hilarious.
Yeah.
But basically, but at a certain point, there were some dudes like, because even Edge talked about it. He said during the Attitude Era, at one point his longest match was 1 minute and 8 seconds.
Yes.
And that included a run-in. That included a run-in.
Just think about what you just said. His longest match at one point was 1 minute, right?
Yeah.
Dude, the 5-second pose was almost longer. Just doing the 5-second pose.
Exactly. So, but that's I know. I'm sorry, but I know we went off kilter.
It's all good, man. It's all good, man. We always do.
No, it's just one of those things where people romanticize the Attitude Era and they seem to forget. Only the top part was great. That middle part, if you look at it now, you're going. I mean, truth be told, hearing Kelly and the rest of those women talk about their time there, and the fact that everyone was like, "Oh, did you like putting on them bikini matches?" And people are genuinely shocked when they go, "No, we had to because it was our job."
Right. I mean, even when I was young and everything like that, and I'm not saying that I play for the other team. I don't. I'm married to a woman. No. I mean, not that I have a problem with anybody else, but I'm just saying, even back then when they were doing those bra and panty matches and everything, like I was like, okay, this is cool for a pay-per-view, but man, every Monday though, like it's kind of like you just putting them out there for the fact of just putting them out there.
Yeah, I mean, don't
Lennox, my man. What's going on, Lennox?
Brother? Yeah, he did. He didn't actually leave AEW per se. He was asked to not come in the next day, but technically he's still under contract.
Chilling.
So, but it was
no, but yeah. Sorry, I know we went on a tangent. Sorry,
yeah, we did.
It's not good. No, because you know what? It relates to this either way because it's this. like what we're talking about, it relates to it because we're speaking about the era of AEW where it's at currently, where it's going to head to the next couple of years. You know, I know it's brand new, it's 5 years, but I just hope that, you know, the people that have worked there could really pay attention to that and pay attention to what the hell we're fucking saying.
Oh no, AEW's on a wave. Ever since they got the 3 big signs and big business and them heading into Dynasty, yeah, they're on a wave. I mean, I know right now WWE is currently like the thing right now, and it's hard for AEW to even get notice. But once WrestleMania is done, I feel AEW is gonna get a lot of eyes back on them.
And I mean, keep in mind also, WrestleMania has a 20-25 year head start.
Yes,
on AEW, and the fact that people seem to forget that, or like quote unquote want to dismiss it. I mean, when I say 20-25 years, I don't mean they've been on television. I mean they have built literally a pop culture infrastructure where they are built into it. And I think Wendy will talk about it, but Bruiser Brody once made a prediction that at one point, if you're not careful, Vince McMahon will literally make sure that when you think of wrestling, it'll be synonymous just with the WWF/E. And Vince has done it. Like anytime you say wrestling, first thing people say is, you mean like WWF?
Right.
You know what kind of brand, you know what kind of work you have to do over some decades to make that an actual thing?
Right.
So a lot of us who were like, and we had to live through that era where WCW stopped being competition and WWE didn't have nothing to fight for. I know we love attitude, but
okay, Temple, you speak fluent in all 3. I'm Filipino.
Oh,
okay, cool.
Yeah,
nice.
I was born here. Shout out to all my Asian Americans. Justin,
my man, J-Man. I was with him on Tuesday. Couldn't just fucking see that. He's back. I'm gonna have him back here next week for sure. Justin, you're coming next week as well.
I think you're right.
Both of y'all, Justin's coming next week.
Yeah, but I'm excited for the wave they have coming up because I think Ospreay, I mean, at this point, Ospreay doesn't even need a story anymore.
Oh no! Let's save it for Dynamite. We'll
okay. That's fair.
Oh, no problem, bro.
Yeah.
Let's get it over.
We all want the T-shirt. Shit.
You know, I might have to get it. All right, so we're gonna move on with this now with the releases because you brought up those 3 names, Justin. This is I'm gonna give mine right out of the way. This one. So the releases is the list: Stu Grayson, Dasha Carrera. I don't know why Dasha, because she was announcing the matches and everything else during Collision or Rampage. I had no idea there. Anthony Henry, I figured. The Boys, that shocked me. But he let go of the Boys. Why? What's that, Mr. Dalton? Like, what are you gonna do with Dalton Castle now?
Right.
Like, fuck, that hurts.
You also have to remember, they won't say it yet, but some of these people, I tend to ask for their releases as well. So let's keep that. It may not be strictly Tony. It may just be people want to go. Like Stu Grayson, I know has not been happy for a very long time.
Right, I can tell with that. And Joe, Slim J, which I don't know where so they just brought him once on Dark or Elevation, and that was it.
Yeah.
Gravity, same thing with him. Yeah, Parker Bordeaux, the same with him. Jose the assistant shocked me because what the hell? Why are you letting him go? Like you're building LIJ again. You know, we were all thinking he was thinking of having Thunder Rosa because I saw her going this. I'm like, oh wait, we're seeing Thunder joining you know, Los Ingobernables. I'm like, oh hell yeah, that'll be a badass faction that you know, add her with that shit. But now it didn't happen. So this happened, all these releases. But I just gotta play this. I have to.
That's fucking bullshit.
You're bullshit, Tony Khan, because of what you did. And I told you. I've been saying this for fucking almost 3 years already. The problem, you have too many. And not only that, you have to make cuts because you spend money signing 3 of the top stars here. Mercedes Moné, Will Ospreay, Kazuchika Okada. You spend money getting these 3, and one of the ways you got to cut the budget because you're not really showing Dark or Elevation. You only have 3 shows. You have Rampage, you have Dynamite, Rampage, and Collision. You don't have no longer that. You still have Ring of Honor, but what are you doing, Ring of Honor? You're stacked there too. You signed Brian Keys, who we're going to have on the show next week. By the way, just announcement, sir. He will be on the show here next week.
Nice.
For PCW Ultra. And, you know, you signed everyone else to go to Ring of Honor. and now you're making cuts. I really like. I feel what Eddie Kingston said for sure. Good thing is, I'm hoping that they don't have a non-compete clause. If they don't, like how you mentioned too, Pepsi Phil, that they probably asked for the release. Good for them. They can go somewhere else and have adventures, some other promotions. Dasha, on the other hand, that would have hurt me, and Jose the assistant hurt me and the boys a lot. And because I'm like, man, now what? How we need a manager for LIJ over there in AEW. Dasha was great. She was doing a fantastic job, and it just let her go. That's what shocked me. And, the boys, of course, with Dalton, like, what are you gonna do now with them? With that, Dalton and the boys, it's only just Dalton now. So it hurts to see them gone. I hope that either promotion or the boys can go to TNA. They could probably do great stuff out there with the tag team division. They can. Maybe adventurers go over to the indie scenes. Dasha, maybe I feel like she can either go back to WWE or go to TNA as well, or maybe could help out in New Japan and be out there to be when they come here to the States, and then maybe she could be an announcer for New Japan regardless if they work with AEW. That doesn't make no difference. She's able to do that. Jose, the assistants, could go to CML, AAA. He can even go to WWE, or go to NXT or TNA as well. There's so much adventure for all of them. Stu Grayson, I feel that he just wants to stay in Canada, be at home, really just fly here and out there. That's what I feel. As for the others, like Slim J, Jura, and Gravity, and Parker, I'm sorry, it's not your fault. It's just that there was no really story for you guys for us to get attracted. I wish you guys the best. I'm not wishing nobody bad. I hope you guys could find a place where you guys, or do the indies as well, to rebuild yourself and re-elevate who you are, and let people know who you are to get the attraction of the promotions to get. We need to sign that person, or sign that tag team, or sign that female. Hopefully, I wish them nothing for all the best. Not be like Jordan Letters, the best future endeavors. No, none of that shit. I ain't saying none of that shit. I'm just best future endeavors for you all. Hopefully, you guys find a job. But I still feel this cut had to happen, regardless. It was gonna have to happen because of the expenses that Tony Khan's been spending. So much fucking shit, especially now with. I'm pretty sure when he re-signed MJF, because he ain't going nowhere. I know everybody thinking he's going to WWE. No, I don't think so. Regardless of if his girl signing with WWE, he ain't going nowhere. He is staying with AEW. So expenses. That's what has to happen. It's an unfortunate, but it happens in every job as well. Our employers could do the same thing. God forbid they don't cut me, but it could happen anything. But I wish these guys and ladies of best. Hopefully they can find somewhere at home that they're able to be used, and they got talent. So I wish them nothing for the best. So, J-Man, were you shocked seeing this list? And do you feel the same, like the names that I listed shocked you the most? Or break it down, brother. I want to hear your thoughts.
I mean, Dasha was kind of like a surprise, just because of I thought that she might have some potential, just because they're trying to build the women's division, right? And she is already kind of in and out of doing storylines, so I thought that was kind of okay. Some of the other ones, though, I mean, the boys, because they're with Dalton, right? And if you watch Ring of Honor, they've always been hold up. What Temple said, that is very good. Speaking Tagalog is one thing. Reading Tagalog is another thing. But I know what he means, and what I'm saying, that's a very good thing. I'm trying to translate it as I'm also trying to respond to the question. But shout out to you, Temple. Ios, man, Ios. But yeah, I mean, the boys to me are synonymous with Dalton Castle, just because of his run on Ring of Honor, like I was trying to say earlier. It's what can Dalton do, because he plays off of them so well? You know? It's kind of like Mankind and Mr. Sacco. You know what I'm saying? You kind of need the boys to help out, because I mean, how else is Dalton Castle going to do that cool ass chair pose without the boys there?
Yeah, I'm gonna
you mean now he's just gonna stand up? He's
gonna end up falling back. I'm like, where are my boys at? I can't.
Stand up and walk under his own power. What the hell?
Yeah, come on, right? He's gonna fan himself. Come on, man. Does Dalton Castle even know how to fan himself? You know, and like the thing I liked about Dalton Castle, it was such a callback to like the Rick Rudes, the Gold Dust,
Mm-hmm.
you know, like kind of like the Prince, like the Freddie Mercury type wrestler. You know what I'm saying? Like the very, very extra flamboyant without stepping over. No Diddy. But like, so like I enjoyed that aspect because it was kind of off-putting, but it was an intimidation factor when he got in the ring because man, when the ring came on, Dalton can go. Dalton can go, I mean, so it's kind of like you take the element from him that gave you that extra sauce. So it's like, what do you do now? Gravity, I guess he couldn't find it. Parker Bordeaux, I don't know. I mean, MLW maybe he's got the size.
That's true. You're right about that. The MLW.
I feel like he just never got his fair shot to do anything.
I agree.
Jose, the assistant. I mean, there's always somebody like Jose. There's always like a role for him, like a manager or something like that, or like a hype guy. But yeah, sadly, like as far as I like some of them, the boys and Dasha is the one that stands out to me the most.
Bro talk, yep, same. That's what really like it hurt me. Those Dasha too, because it just sucks. But she was doing great, man. When I went to Dynamite and then when I went to Full Gear, when I went to Rampage, I was really happy to see her, and she was very humble, man. That was really humble.
She's homegrown too, right? She was there from day one.
Yeah,
she was there from day one, right?
She was there when they first started with AEW. She was
There's like not a lot of them, y'all. Like when you look at the people who started from day one.
The tempo is like I translate my awful Filipino. Good evening, just
yes. That's what I thought you said, but Maraming salamat. So
that's an interesting. Well, go ahead. No, I'll let you finish, Justin. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, I'm good.
So I looked at this list, and so I think I once mentioned this. Here's the thing about being AEW, and I think that people tend to forget. If you're with AEW, that's a whole lot of street credit, right? I'm not saying they can choose to go anywhere. But
before you continue, I apologize. You said street credit, like Barrio Homes, like what? Wait a minute, what the fuck? Wait a minute,
the fuck?
Well, no, I mean, think about it. They work for AEW, so they do have a little bit of in. Most companies will not have a problem bringing them in because when you're independent, the hardest thing is finding people who know how to actually. You don't have to bring up.
Right.
Stu Grayson for almost 5 years ran with at one point one of the best factions in AEW. Pretty much worked with AEW. Granted, he wasn't, like you said, he wasn't on the screen. He wasn't on elevation. He was a more elevation and dark guy. But he at least understands that at least a company structure. So him, like Temple said, him going to TNA, it's not a hard fit to put him in there. Him going to say MLW, not a hard fit to put him in there. The only real difference will probably just be the pay scale. Do I see him maybe going to? I mean, honestly. Do I see him honestly having a stint in AAA? Yeah. Like he's definitely the type that they like in AAA. I don't see him going to New Japan, but he may surprise everybody. With Dasha, Dasha's talented. I'm a little, like I said, I'm with you guys. I was genuinely shocked to see her go. But honestly, I truly believe any company that sees her out there and doesn't use her, they're kind of stupid.
Right.
Because Dasha has personality. She works well with talent, and she obviously knows the business from her side on the microphone. So honestly, for a mic person, that's who you want to have. Like, don't be like, I will put money. Don't be surprised if MLW does not get a new announcer. Dasha shows up over there.
That's true. You're
Because
right.
they are looking for. I mean, they won't probably put her behind for a play-by-play, but having her do like those segments in between, yeah, she could definitely do that. I don't see her doing TNA just because they are stacked heavy with that already.
Right.
But she's
Oh,
like,
that's right, because they had Josh Alexander's wife. That's
Yeah,
yeah,
right.
yeah. So, but yeah,
And
but
MLW could use somebody like a Samantha Irving
yeah,
or like a Mackenzie.
exactly,
That's which Dasha does. Dasha does all those.
Exactly. And let's face it, she's not hard on the eyes, and I don't mean that in a sense like from like that, but when you put her on camera next to talent, she does blend in well. Exactly, she does blend in well with it. And that goes for like when she was when Britt used to torture her every time Britt came out. Which was still one of my funny things. I will say this though, the rest of like Anthony Henry, I was actually surprised he was still there. It sounds terrible, but I like him. But I was genuinely surprised he was still there. I thought he'd but I don't mean he was cut early. I thought he would have like left himself early by himself, because he's another really talented dude that honestly can go anywhere at this point, in my opinion. So, and he would be great in Japan. Like that part, I'm not even gonna joke about. The boys, Jorah, Slim J, Gravity. Yeah, I mean, they were there. I can't really say that their run was memorable, other than like you said, the Dalton Castle stuff.
Yeah.
For the boys, but I wasn't. It's not that I disliked them. It's just I didn't see enough from them.
They're underrated, man. If you really go back and look at their matches that they had, even in Ring of Honor.
Oh no, I agree. I figured
those two guys could go, man. They just like how you mentioned, they're not really been used televised. It's where upsets me, and I've seen them live before, and fuck, man, they could really rock the house, bro. They really could.
But the problem is, it goes back to my original complaint about Tony. At one point, he had the strongest tag team division that was only paralleled by the TNA. And then literally they decimated their own tag team division. Versus, I mean, I will admit there were injuries, but at the same time, they did not bring up the other tag teams they had. Like, you got, I'll use this one. This is probably, they had Santana and Ortiz, wouldn't really put them over.
Which
they
is
had
bullshit.
Exactly.
Bullshit.
But like
I'm serious. I'm not gonna sit back and take this fucking shit.
You take it, you bullshit, Tony Khan, because you already know it. You've been telling your ass.
So I
Too much bullshit.
Yeah, I understand people got hurt, and they had to step aside. But there's a bunch of they had so many people that they had a ton of people who could step up and take their place. Like especially when remember when like Top Flight, I understand they got knocked out and they were the thing, but no one came in to replace the slot Top Flight left open, or was it I keep wanting to call them party people.
Private Party.
Yeah, Private Party. Like when they got hurt and what's name was on the shelf, no one came in to fill the hole that they left back there.
No, yeah, they didn't. I wish they could have. They could have done
that.
that.
They just left their tag team exactly where it was with those holes, and we just kept getting the same matches over and over again. And then they started making fake tag teams, and like we literally had the phrase "tag team whore" because of Jericho. Like you're sitting there going, why is Jericho having a tag match for the championship? Like, why is that even a good? Why is that a booking chance? The man was literally your world champion, and he runs his own faction. Why does he need a tag shot at the championship? It just makes it made no sense to me. So unfortunately, the boys got caught up in that we don't have a real tag division yet. And because you're so far down the totem pole, unfortunately, you got to go because Okada and Ospreay don't come cheap. And Mercedes Moné broke us.
You left me broke. I had to let him go because.
But honestly, truth be told, every one of them are still great wrestlers. I'm sure they'll land on their feet, though, which is the thing I'm really hopeful for. I mean, I know it's going to be definitely a shock for a lot of them, and I hope like the shock goes away. I hope they don't have an NDA because I always thought
I don't think they would, man. I don't think
so. No. Here's the problem. No, here's the problem I have with the concept of an NDA. That's bullshit. Because if they're going to be treated like independent contractors. You don't really have the right to tell them not to look for work. The only time you use an NDA is if you have direct competition So basically, you can have any day goes, you can't go to WWE, but TNA and MLW and AAA and in New Japan Pro Wrestling is open for you. Like you just can't go with direct competition, which I know we don't like using that phrase, but the only direct competition AEW has is because of is WWE, as far as I'm concerned.
That's right.
Everyone else,
bare knuckle fighter.
Bare knuckle fight club.
Hey, Buster Diaz, man. And Nestor right there is a badass man. You got to see his fights. That's for sure.
Okay.
Anthony's working mostly DP, and JD is working as a tag team guys. So I'm not surprised.
Yeah, JD. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, there's another guy.
Dango, what's going on? Outrage Zone. What's going on?
So,
Stay tuned for Saturday or Sunday. Will be the Watch Along WrestleMania here on the Debate Network channel. Of course, Outrage Zone, Dango, Caleb will be joining Dom, and hopefully the rest of the crew. And of course, Shane Man, you're more than welcome to come join the attack.
All right,
watch it as well.
Cool.
You already know. I'll be at Pacific Plate Brewery hosting out there, but I'll be coming in and out. But I'll be over there hosting. Give away prizes. Happy hour there, $5 pints during WrestleMania, folks. For everybody listening or watching here in Southern California, come on down to Monroe, California. Come on down to Pacific Plate Brewery.
Shout out.
Yeah.
Shout out to our sponsor right there.
Yeah, but that's pretty much all I have for that group. I mean, I hope they do okay. I mean, they basically got locked out because the man just spent $30 million for new talent.
Shit, I don't. He probably spent more than that shit. Probably most likely
$40 million for new talent. I mean, had to cut somewhere.
In one false swoop, you know what I'm saying?
And honestly, if you think about it, there's a whole lot of people on there who are not getting looked at and who have not had any TV time, and he could have cut more people. Truth be told,
right?
I still feel he might do that though. Honestly, I think he's gonna get to that direction. If he doesn't get the deal, I mean, let's be real. He doesn't need the money to get a deal with like HBO Max or thing. I'm just being real right at that point. But because him and his daddy have the money in the world, they can do it themselves. They can do their own network. That's fine. But you'd rather get a network like HBO Max or Discovery or maybe Peacock, because maybe WWE might leave Peacock by the end of the year because they're all going to be full-time in Netflix. Might as well join Peacock after that. Who knows? They could do that. It's just the time, the availability, the stories. That's the thing. What are you going to build? Where are you building? It's really to give these talents an opportunity. Yeah, there's going to be ups and downs. Either it worked or it didn't. Oh, well, on to the next. It sucks, but we've seen this before. All three of us have seen this before in this business. It's either you make it, you don't. You got to start over again and build yourself up to get known again. It sucks, It sucks. It has to be that way.
I mean, sometimes remember wrestling's a little different animal.
Oh yeah.
If you work at a company, wrestling's the only place where you can work somewhere, not do well at all, get cut, do so great that the company will ask you back and you will consider it. Like that is the weirdness about the wrestling business that we have seen. Like the fact that we see people who leave. Like I can tell you right now, obviously the person who I love referring to are guys like Nick Nemeth and Mustafa Ali. Like those two guys have been blown up. And it's been less than 6 months after they came out, and we know for a fact that they're being looked at. So there is something to be said for a business where literally it's like you can leave, not do well when you leave, and come back to the same place that threw you out, quote unquote, threw you out.
Well, I guarantee you, he wanted to bring that story into WWE. They probably didn't let him to.
Yeah,
and I guarantee Mustafa input that to McNugget before the was born. I want to do something like that, but no, you gave him fucking retribution. What the fuck?
I mean, truth be told, if you ask me about Mustafa Ali, there is a part Mustafa. I mean, the funny thing about it,
Mustafa,
there's no one wants to really say it out loud, but there's a certain bias and may have some sort of racial component. Like, let's think about it. Mustafa Ali is not someone you want. Like, I mean, I would, but like usually the ones that they don't push. like to be champions. At least
I get you.
Not
You're
just
right.
champions, but like to be characters like that. Like, because think about it, he is basically the running for president champion, and everybody's under his rule. That is not a gimmick that most companies like, well, the best that you will get and say to WWE, because the current regime does not cater to that kind of thinking, which is unfortunately. It's the same thing, and honestly, if you think about it, it's the same thing with Tony Storm. You think, like, I know we all, like, to me, I don't think this quote unquote timeless Tony Storm is brand new. I think she's had this in her head for a very long time. I just think that because of the way she looks, no one's going to believe that. That's ridiculous. And then look at it right now.
You're right. I like what someone's saying here too. Mustafa's the answer of a cold open like Matt Cardona did on last Saturday's collision.
That's what the internet really wants. Because honestly, that would be an amazing match, and I think it'll give Mustafa a really, I mean, not that he needs it at this point, but that'd be a great one. I mean, I think the problem is that I don't know what the partnership deal looks like with TNA right now, especially with the fact with the Endeavor purchase.
Well, I forgot to put the news here, but I didn't want to put it because I wanted to know more details. But remember your window, folks. Remember, we're opinionators. We're not. Hey, then we know we're not piece of shit Alvarez. We're not Uncle Seltzer. We're not Wade Keller. We're not Sean Rossap. None of those, or Nick Hausman. None of that shit. But they're rumor your window that the board of directors of Anthem are in town in Philadelphia to go and meet up with Pop Page. I don't know what plans they have. Maybe they have a plan. We might see a little, how they say it, forbidden door of TNA and WWE.
A little handshake, deal.
I mean,
like, to go back what you said, like, yeah, wrestling is very it's like you fail upward sometimes, kind of like in Hollywood, right?
Yeah,
like, you know, a no-name actor can be getting high as hell in a hotel dressed up as Wonder Woman, and then in a couple of years end up playing Iron Man. That's just how it goes. So, but to answer Temple's question, if Miro gets cut and goes to New Japan, I mean, that'd be cool. I would like to see that, but I think Miro would have to go on The Bachelor first.
Yeah.
Yes, he does.
That's right.
I forgot about that shit.
I think you would have to go to The Bachelor first.
Yeah, but can you imagine Miro against?
Who will be my God? How you gonna say it? Fucking
think about it. Can you imagine? But think about it though. If Miro went to New Japan, can you imagine Miro versus Ishii?
Yes. Yeah,
Oh
Jeff Cobb,
Ishii,
right?
Oh my God,
Jesus. There's a lot of dudes.
Tsuji,
right?
Right
on there. Clark Connors. There's a lot of dudes.
I mean, I'm good with you. I'm good with Yuta also being in there.
Yuta is another one.
Yeah,
right?
That'd be fun to watch. I don't. God help Yuta though.
Now, one more guy. I can't believe I forgot his name. Fuck, I'm trying to think of him. He's part of Will Ospreay's old group. What's his name? Shit. I forgot. Oh, I can't believe I got his name. Oh my God, fine. He just faced fucking
Shingo?
Yeah.
Shingo Takagi? No, not Shingo Takagi.
No.
You mean Kyle Fletcher? You mean Kyle Fletcher? Do you?
Kyle Fletcher?
No, not Kyle Fletcher. The big man. Besides Cobb, there's another one. There's another one he had. Remember? Besides Jeff Cobb, there was another one. Fuck.
You know
what I'm talking about? Fuck.
God.
Shit. I forgot his name.
See, this happens when they put them all in. See, I know them all as individuals, but then when they put them in a group, I'm like, who the hell is that? You know?
Fuck, I really forgot who the fuck was it, man. He just had a fucking match. He's gonna have a match too, as well at all together. I can't believe it.
I know what you're talking about. I can't remember.
You know what I'm talking about, right? You know what I'm talking about.
I'm drawing a blank right now, which is pissing me off.
I know. I can't believe I praise this man because he really developed so much too. Fuck, what was his name? Jesus.
I'm about Great O'Khan?
Not Great O'Khan. His other partner that he had during the tournament. Who was his partner?
You don't mean Evil, do you?
Not Evil. No, he's
in House of Torture now.
Yeah, House of Torture. This is Will Ospreay's old faction before they broke up. Well, they still exist, but I mean, when Ospreay left.
E. Henry?
Is it Hanamaru? No, not.
I pronounce it. I fucked his name up. I'm sorry.
No, it's not. Me too. Fuck. What was his name? Man, I had to look for the roster now. I can't believe it.
Well, I know TJP and Akira are, but they're a tag team. That's catch.
Yeah, it says TJP, Akira, Great Khan, Jeff Cobb, and there's one more.
Mark Davis.
Well, no, he's
Colin Newman.
Is that his name? Is it? Fuck.
And we already said it wasn't Hanare, right?
No, I can't believe I forgot his name.
I mean,
he hasn't wrestled for quite some time.
I mean, there's Mark Davis and Francesca Akira.
Let's see. Let's see. What was the name of the faction, by the way? What was the name?
Catch 22.
United Empire. United Empire.
United Empire. Sorry.
Okay, there you go. Who was the members of United Empire?
You got Jeff Cobb, Hanare, and like Perkins and Akira.
There you go. Thank you. You said his name.
TJ Perkins?
No, Hanare.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I messed it up.
Oh no. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. You said it right, Justin. Oh. Yeah. Yes. There you go.
As much as a good wrestler, let me say this: a good wrestler TJP is. I don't know Miro and him. I don't know if that would mix.
Oh, I don't think it would either. I think he's.
I don't think it would. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, if he could learn to shut up, he'd be fine.
Yes.
Thank you.
If he can learn to. Here's the thing. TJ Perkins.
That's why I said as a wrestler.
Yeah. He's a great wrestler. 100% great wrestler. Just please don't let him speak.
Well, he's almost worse than Tony, man.
I know, right?
Yes. Yes, Temple Hanare.
Well, actually, no, he's worse than Tony.
Miro will be a badass fucking banger meets right there. All meets right there match. I gotta give credit to Hanaro. He impressed. For me, he really elevated for the last 2 years. Ever since he joined United Empire, he fucking I'm impressed.
I mean, remember he was a butterball rookie when he first joined. He did a year stint in United Empire. I ain't recognize that dude anymore. Like that was,
now he went bald, so I mean, he has no hair now, so it's kind of different now to kind of recognize him. And then with the tat that he has, but shout out to Hanare, man.
No, it's not the tats. No, it's the way he was wrestling and the way he kind of.
Well, yeah, no, that too. I'm just saying appearance too. Yeah.
So like I said, he's one that, like, I mean, I don't really talk about him and I'll focus on him too much, but I remember just thinking every time he shows up, it's a great match. So I don't worry about him. Like, he's one of them dudes I don't worry about. It's like if I'm watching pay-per-view and goes, Hanare, like, oh, cool, kind of situation.
Oh, yeah.
So
any last thoughts on this, so we can move on to predictions? I mean, not maybe.
No, we good.
I think we good. Yeah.
All right. So it's time to do predictions.
Oh God!
Yes, we're gonna put.
To quote. That's a whole. To quote my girlfriend. That's a whole lot of wrestling.
It is a whole. That's what I said. That's why I named this show Pandemonium, the fake baby.
Man,
it's prediction time. Wonderful. It is wonderful.
I showed her the roster for what wrestling events was happening. Just the top shelves. Like, God damn, that's a lot of wrestling. Yeah, that's a lot of wrestling.
It is.
It's a lot of bodies.
It's a lot of bodies. Like, oh man, it's a lot. Oh man, it's a lot. This is so much predictions today. We're gonna have to fucking do it, and believe me, it's a lot. And man, where's the clip? I just had it here. Son of a bitch. Unless I erased it. No, I don't. I do. I didn't erase it. Son of a bitch. Somebody erased it. Who the fuck erased it? See, this is why I get it back to everybody. Oh, that's fine. That's cool. All right. I missed it. It's all good. Okay. But hopefully we go. Hopefully we do. Ain't that right?
I love it.
Shout out to our producer, Leo, our producer there. I'll be seeing him on Saturday at Pacific Plate Brewery, of course.
Shout out to
yes, sir. Let's start. You know what? Let's start off with Ring of Honor Supercard that intrigues you guys. It's kind of we can give our thoughts, but let's just look at the card right quick. So let's look at Ring of Honor Supercard. So we got Kyle Fletcher, Lee Johnson. We got Queen Aminata versus Billy Stark for the New Crown Women's Television ROH Television Champion. Dalton Castle versus Johnny TV. Fuck, you're Johnny Everything, man. Just call yourself Johnny Everything. Fuck.
Give it up for his longevity. Goddamn.
Yeah, Mr. Get a Check. For real. Shout out.
Yeah, Johnny Dynamite, Johnny Rampage, Johnny Collision.
Yeah.
He was Johnny Dark,
No matter what, he will get that bag. Shit.
Oh
Yep.
my, yeah.
Johnny Utah.
Yeah, exactly. When he came in that cosplay, I almost fell off my chair. Like, son of a bitch.
I'm right. And you have to Stardom. Of course, they're going to be performing there. Mira Shirakawa, Micah, and Mira Sierra versus Showa Kamatani and Tam Nakano and AZM. So this is looking forward to seeing the women's from Stardom appearing there. So let's start with the Ring of Honor one. You guys tell me which one you guys want to talk about. Doesn't matter. If you guys want to break it down, is all on you guys. So the one thing I'll save is at least for us to talk is the Athena one and the Eddie Kingston one. I'll save that one for sure. But everything else is up to you guys how you guys want to break it down. So hold on, my bad. I apologize. I'm getting my little thing here ready for this shit. There we go.
Okay.
So yes. Whoever wants to take the floor first, the floor is yours. It's open doors today, folks.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna go with the one that's kind of interested the most is the one with the most of the Joshi wrestlers on the Stardom one.
Yeah.
Only because like a lot of them, especially AZM, like a lot of them were part of that first like run for that New Japan women's title, right? A lot of them were in that tournament with Kyrie saying, even before Mercedes when they came in, like a lot of them were there. And like for me, like I thought that this was going to be a good point to like get that new wave of Joshi wrestlers, because if you remember, AEW was trying to do that initially when they started. They had a whole bunch of them, you know, the Maki Itos and everybody else, the Emi Sakuras, they had all of them in there. And you know, when COVID happened and everything had to shut down, they had to go back. So it's kind of like they never got back on that wave. So for me, no matter who wins, I just hope that they get the best showcase possible, because a lot of them could wrestle. A lot of them should be on TV. Especially AZM. Like I know that she was a finalist in one of the tournaments too, to get that New Japan strong belt that Julia has now. So like for me, that's out of the card that we're not going to talk about. That's the one that like I'm more interested in too. Isn't that happening right now too, by the way? Or
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's happening right now, right? Okay.
Yeah.
That's what's tomorrow. It's not.
It's a Friday. I thought they
Friday.
did it.
I know because my homies Dom and JT Marks and Mike's Pop on Jitsu, like they're at a Stardom show right now. So, but I don't know if it's actually this show. It might be like
it's a different
kind of like a 0 hour, like a house show to get people pumped.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because right now it's really more. It's they had GCW earlier, so they have you Stardom today. I was thinking of GCW.
Okay.
So, but the Ring of Honor Supercard is tomorrow, so it's gonna happen.
Okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, that's a Friday, so I don't know if it's gonna happen between the hours of SmackDown and the Hall of Fame or after. So I'm not quite sure.
That's why I was shocked they were actually on a Thursday, because they were on a Friday, because that's a lot of competition for ROH.
Yeah, and we had the Final Four this weekend too, y'all.
Exactly.
Like, and the women's and men. You know what I'm saying? Shout out Angela Reese. I was rooting for LSU. I really was, you know.
Exactly. So for me, the one I'm kind of excited about, and Temple touched on it, is the Queen Aminata Billy Starks match. I really, really enjoy Queen Aminata since she broke onto the scene. There is a part of me that does not like the fact that she's not on AEW TV more often, but at least she's getting reps, so I can't really complain too much about ROH. But I am genuinely happy to see her, and Billy Starks is a powerhouse and wonderful. Like
shout out to her, man. Exactly. She's young, man. She's 19.
I know, right? But she's great. The Shida Athena match. Are we talking about that? We're still talking about that, right?
We can jump into it if you want to. We can jump into it.
So the Shida Athena match, I love that. But let's face it, they're not giving Shida that belt is a step down for that woman.
Thank you.
You can't be a 3-time AEW champion and then go down to basically ROH, which is not. I mean, no offense to ROH, but honestly, it is. And I hate to say it for ROH fans, it's basically they're developmental at this point. Until they get a real TV deal for ROH, that's their developmental. And giving her the ROH championship only serves one thing. Maybe it gives them a little extra credit and maybe it gives her an excuse to put Shida on television with the ROH championship. Maybe that'd be a reason to give her the belt. But by and large, her taking the AEW championship, not so much. Now, keep in mind, we talking as fans. As a wrestler, she's probably like, yo, I'm getting a check and I'm getting a belt, which means like my check gets bumped up. So she don't care as long as she get paid for whatever. So, but truth be told, from a storytelling perspective, it does seem to be a step down for her. And I think Athena needs to really kind of blow up. And she Ashita is the type of person that Athena should beat to kind of get a name for herself. I feel like, I mean, she's been doing great down there, but she really hasn't. She hasn't really. I would say she hasn't had matches with people who could keep up with her. So, and that's no disrespect to everyone else there. It's just a lot of them are just IWC, and she's a little bit better trained than most of them are. So, and that's not it's not a knock on anyone. It's just that's just developmentally where they are. It's like when Naomi went to TNA. Like TNA, she was killing TNA because let's face it, she had a moveset and a training regimen that, I mean, everyone she had, like every match she had was blow up like the Godfather. Like her match with Jordan was Jordan Grace was amazing. But good, but again, that's just training. So don't get me wrong. Like I think this will be the card itself is really well stacked. I mean, we I haven't brought it up, but we have Kyle Fletcher, or as I like to call him, Baby Osprey.
Baby Osprey, why?
and honestly, if you remember when Osprey first started, and like literally when he was like half his size, and you saw him running around the ring, Kyle Fletcher looks just like him. I mean, when you find out Kyle Fletcher was on Will Ospreay's couch for a while, it makes perfect sense. So, and again, Kyle Fletcher is an amazing wrestler. Like it's not even it's not even a question. I just call him Baby Ospreay because it is uncanny how much he looks like young Ospreay was back in the day. And so, all right, so that is not a knock at all.
All right, we'll see the main event, but let's talk about this now. Jim, I want to hear your thoughts on this co-main event. I want to hear yours
on the Shida Athena match.
Yes, sir.
You know what? To be honest, like this is, and I hate to make this comparison, but like it is like when Becky went down to NXT. It's like the kind of the similar thing, right? Shida for AEW is kind of like she's already her right on AEW. She's already that it girl on AEW. So to me, I feel like it's time for Shida to come to WWE. She already done everything in AEW, you know. And right now there's too many talent on AEW for the women for her. I mean, maybe she can have a match with Mercedes, Toni Storm, but after that, that's it. You know, she's kind of already done everything.
That's true. I mean, that's true, and I forgot I think she's married to some. I don't know if it's some of them are the Dodgers or the Angels. That's I know.
She's married to Shohei Ohtani. You know, that's slacker.
What the fuck? I'm like, what? Am I gonna see her at Dodger Stadium one day when I go? I'm like, what? Am I gonna see her?
Yeah, when I heard they got married, I was like, I didn't know we had it like that.
I was like, what? Like,
every time you see him, he's like every time you saw him in press conference, he's like, what am I doing here? Shit.
But you know what's so funny? It always be those dudes. You know what I'm saying? It always be those dudes.
No, don't get me wrong. He is, from what I'm told, he is a very nice guy and he's a good dude.
Know, listen. Makazi is like, you know, the man to us Asians, because you know, finally one of the Asians got the it girl, right? But when you look at Makazi, when you think of his personality and you think of Sasha, what? I'm not talking about looks. I'm just talking about personality now.
Yeah,
you know,
called the personality.
Well, I mean, he's not wrong because you look at that dude and go, I swear.
Right, and the same thing with Akira Shida. You like, okay, all right.
I think the best description for him I heard was Makazi. He looks like someone I shot in Red Dead Redemption. Yes,
what the hell? That's cold-blooded. Like,
Let me
don't
let
get
me turn off
wrong.
my camera. Let me turn off my camera.
What the fuck? Oh, that's cold-blooded shit.
But again,
Damn.
very nice dude from everything I've been hearing and read.
That's cold-blooded.
Oh no, he makes the best gear, honestly.
Yeah, he does.
When it comes down to anything, like he makes the dopest gear, you know.
Mm-hmm. But again, that's the business though, man. Strange bedfellows. Strange bed. I found out Tess, like going back in the day, I found out Tess dated Kelly.
Oh, that's right, he did. Yeah, he did. He did.
Billy Kidman.
Tori was. They were married for a long time until
listen,
decided to
dude, Mick Foley's wife back in the day. Look at Mick Foley. Do I need to say more? You know what I'm saying?
So like I said, it's wrestling makes some strange bedfellows, not just in business.
Oh, dude, come on, man. Come on, you know it.
You already know it. You already know it. You know, that's what they.
I mean, this is a huge side note, but I was listening to the Kelly interview on Chris Van Vliet, and apparently when she first started, she was like 19, 20 years old, right? You know who she rode with?
Who?
Tommy Dreamer, Sabu, and Sandman and Test.
Get out of here. No, she didn't.
And apparently, from what I'm told, they treated her like a little sister.
I bet. I bet they knew because they're already in WWE, right? They all that craziness was gone. So they're like, you know, we gotta make sure we do good by this one.
Yeah, and they were like, and she was like, yeah, I was too young to rent a car. And I'm like, I'm sure.
But I bet you when people saw them get out and they were all walking in the Waffle House, I bet you a lot of people like, yo, there's some fucked up.
I'm pretty sure the sir was like, blink twice if you need help.
Yeah.
Yo,
what up, JJ?
Appreciate you, JJ, for subscribing, brother. Of course, man. We're Justice fam, man. Justin he's family to us, man. The man of the hour.
Okay, what do we got next?
Before we get to the main event, I'll give my thoughts on this card for Ring of Honor very quick, and end with we'll get into the main event. So for me, I'm excited for Lee Johnson because he's gonna have a push here against Kyle Fletcher.
Oh, that's right.
This is something that, for once, we're able to see something different from Lee Johnson. We've seen them before the Dark Elevation. We've seen him part Dynamite during the pandemic era. We've seen blah, blah. I could go into details of that. But this is really high level for him because this is Kyle Fletcher here. This man paid his dues in New Japan. This man, United Empire was not a joke, man. That was him and Mark Davis still one of the greatest fucking tag teams for me. I don't give a damn what anybody says. This is one of the top tag teams. Even them as individual competitors, fucking amazing. Seen Kyle Fletcher, the Jacob, Mark Davis as well. Man, awesome. Lee Johnson, he should be honored, and really, this is a push for him that he's gonna be like, oh shit, oh my god, yeah, you're facing Kyle Fletcher. Whether people don't know it here in the United States of America, don't know Kyle Fletcher, research that man, Google his ass and watch his matches, YouTube his matches. You'll see this man has really developed and improved in the last couple of years since, from Rev Pro to New Japan, and now where he's at an AEW, Ring of Honor, being a television champion. Fuck yeah, that's how I'm excited to see that. I'm intrigued to see how the in-ring skills between those two are going to develop. That's where I'm curious to see how Kyle Fletcher will take him to that level for him to expose it. And of course, and I still feel Kyle Fletcher will win, but I still want to see that he's able to push Lee Johnson to get the crowd like, oh yeah. That's what I want to see for Lee Johnson. I'll be happy for him for that one. As for Queen Aminata and Billy Starks, I know Temple said he wants Queen Aminata. You know what? I feel like I want the same thing too. I want that because I think it's something different, unique, and not only that, Aminata, we followed her career in the independent circuit. Shout out to Dirty Heels podcast and Backstage Brawl. They had her on the show. On their show. So it's like, she's fantastic. She's great. And Billy Starks as well. Shout out to George Mackay from Straight Talk Wrestling. Had Billy Starks before she even made it this far at the level. They're both great. I'm happy for two independent women that came from the independent circuit to make it this far for a title that finally we're able to see for that women's division. Hopefully they can do something with it. Happy with that. Dalton, I feel bad for him. And I kind of was going to say Nitro. Fuck. Johnny fucking whatever the fuck. Johnny TV. There you go. Whatever. Johnny TV. Jesus.
I forgot he was Johnny Nitro for a while.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
Johnny Nitro.
Hey.
What's going on, Japan? What's going on?
Yes. So, go ahead. Sorry, my bad. I think this might be Dalton's rebuild. I think they might be rebuilding Dalton right now.
But that story, like I've been like watching the story, whatever opportunity. There's so much fucking wrestling to watch, but watching that story, it's like he's confused. He's like, I don't know what to do. He's always in a bad mood. You see how he always walk on his entrance. He's like this, like
he's got great presence. So I think the next gimmick he'll be a great ad. Can we touch on can I touch on the Joshi wrestlers real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
The one thing I will give Tony credit for, which no one did, is that he put a platform out for Joshi wrestlers. Because up until AEW, I don't think maybe I would say, we were aware that Japanese women wrestling existed, but it was never even at the forefront of people's minds when you really think about it, like how deep that reservoir is. Because let's face it, we other than Lucha Wrestling and AAA and CMLL, we just didn't have a culture.
It was if you know, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. That's exactly what. And I give him credit for pretty much putting them on the forefront. Like you said, the wave did get busted, but I think he's trying to bring them back. And I think the 6-woman tag they're doing, I'm excited for that only because not just because it'll be a great match, but because people get to finally see like an actual Joshi match, which I think. Well, I'm hoping that at some
exactly. Johnny, a new name for promotion. Yep, that is right.
But I really want them to do well because in my head, I actually remember when they first started, they used to have like they would have like a Joshi tag match. During the first year, that's how we learned about Emi Sakura. Although I already knew about Sakamura, but how we knew a lot of them, how we got to see them. Like honestly, I didn't know who Maki Ito was for a while because I just didn't pay. Like I said, getting Japanese wrestling was rough. So if I got a male one, I'd be excited. It was nice to see these cats come out. Even Riho, who we like giving shit for being the smallest living human being in world wrestling, but it was still amazing to see. And then it was Tony, and Kenny also was a big proponent for bringing him in.
Riho, the one thing I'll say, that theme song gotta go. It just makes it too childish. They gotta go down and come out, man.
I'm not gonna lie.
That's the only thing. I'm not arguing about her performance, anything in the ring. I'm just arguing about the damn fucking theme song.
No, honestly, for me,
that gotta go. I mean, come change it. Be more ruthless aggression. Come on.
For me, it's one of those. She's coming out as a sailor girl. From Sailor Moon.
You talk about Sailor Moon. You talk about Sailor Moon.
The Sailor Moon character, and that's kind of the energy she wants to bring, and that music kind of ties into it. So as I can see it being annoying, but for me, it's like, well, at least that kid's on brand. Shit.
Right.
It's not that it's annoying to me. It's just that I can't take her serious, man. It's just like
No, I know what you mean, and it's something that they do in Japan. They have this thing called kawaii. It's kawaii means cute, right?
That's
so
true.
Like, that's always like a thing that they want to have fabric into their whatever they're doing, So I guess since Tony Khan was really trying to be about the culture, he's like, just keep it, and like we'll do that. Shout out Bell to Bell.
JT, what's going on, JT? The Queen.
I mean, for what it's worth, look at Maki Ito. Look at Maki Ito. She lives that life. And she just had a banger against Minoru Suzuki.
Oh, right. Oh my God.
Which I'm glad that you guys brought up because like not a lot of people are giving that match enough credit. Not enough credit. And it's so funny because just now, me and my homies, and I know we've talked about this before, this is not including you guys because we all know, but Io Shirai had one of the best matches against Pentagon.
Yes,
but just now, people are finding that out, right?
The Lucha match.
So it's gonna be the same thing with Maki Ito. It's like they're just gonna find out that she had a dope ass match, right? So like, it's it's like what you said, Phil, and like what we all say. It's like we just want them to have their time to shine.
Yeah, I mean, and like I said, the funny thing about that, one of the things I love most about that Maki Ito with Suzuki match was it was great storytelling. Like literally, because the first thing you say is Maki Ito's tiny, and Minoru Suzuki is not. And the way they sold that match, I mean, yeah, there was a moment where like they did the funny thing where like Minoru Suzuki made the referee cry.
They did that with Speedball.
Which made
Remember
me
when
laugh.
they did that with Mike Bailey at an independent show? They did.
And here's the weird part, though. It should not have been funny, and it was, though. It was funny because they
remember their culture is different than ours, man.
Well, it's not even that. It was the fact that it was more like how they sold it, though.
Right.
The way they got to the match starts, and it's only like 5 or 6 minutes, maybe it was shorter, but 5 or 6 minutes into it. And Minoru Suzuki does like a little gas face and scares the referee, and like Maki Ito pretends to start crying as well. And you're sitting there going, I should not be enjoying this as much because this is
right. Right.
But here's the thing though, it was like they're both great wrestlers. The fact that Maki Ito considers Minoru Suzuki like her grandpa or really just like one of her uncles, like legitimately just basically her uncles. And it's kind of funny because if you see them do social media together, he just looks annoyed around her all the time.
Yep.
So, which is the best part because that's what sold this entire storyline.
And you know what? And it wasn't even the first time they met, like in singles competition.
Yeah, exactly.
So, they know each other, really know like chemistry wise. And that match, honestly, reminded me of Asuka and Minoru. Because
I saw that. Yeah, I remember.
Oh my god, nobody's seen. YouTube that match, and you guys will know.
Yeah, and I'll even put the Kenny Omega and Asuka stuff.
Back
in the day before Omega was the cleaner and all that. Yeah,
yep, that's real. I forget. That what I forgot. Jeez, damn, that was woo. Fuck, that was wild.
I mean, that's like I said. That's what I mean. That's the like that. That would like that. But they had that Pentagon Sky match. I watched that match just recently. I think I even posted it. It's like I don't think. I mean, I know a bunch of people do. I don't think people understand how important Lucha Underground ended up becoming. Like, we're
gonna do that episode, y'all. Yeah, we're gonna do that episode.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Justin and I talked about that. We gotta do it. And Temple, you're included because Temple wants to do it.
Exactly. The number of sick talent that came out of Lucha Underground and honestly, in the short time Lucha Underground was in production is ridiculous. And I don't think we give them enough credit for introducing.
It's crazy.
And I mean, everyone complained because it was like the Temple thing and the thing. I'm sitting there going, it's literally just the longest form storytelling that everyone's a part of. Like literally, it's just like this is the main storyline. Everyone gets to be part of it. And I was like, why are you complaining about this story? It works. So like I said, we had some of the greatest matches.
Like the storyline between Vampiro and Pentagon.
Exactly.
Number one of all time. That for me, that's like the number one top, which I don't know, piece of shit Seltzer and Alvarez fucking did graded. That was the best story and best fucking match as well. If not, fuck you both, especially you, Alvarez.
Nobody saw that coming too. Nobody saw
exactly. That was the beauty of it that none of us saw it. And we were like, oh my god. This is happening, and it got me wanting to tune in to the next episode of fucking Lucha Underground. I was just like,
that was the problem with Lucha Underground was they just didn't have enough press. Like they came out, in my opinion, they came out.
Well, remember they had it on Ray was it a Ray Network? That's the only
but like the Ray Network was pretty much short.
El Ray,
El Ray. This is no offense to them, but like they were. But like the problem is they came out 5 years too early. Like
no, I think for me, I felt like that time they came out at the right moment. I just the thing for me was the problem was the marketing that wasn't really pushed so much, because even remember because I think El Rey Network Bernie was trying to reborn them, Bernie starting as well to get the hype because they had really good TV shows and other shows they had, and then when I forgot the promoter, and at that time, when he started doing the Lucha Underground, that's when he was like, okay, this is what we're gonna do, and it's just there wasn't much marketing. If it was, I guarantee people would be like, bring that shit back. I would have been, hell yeah, bring that shit back.
I mean, everybody wants to bring it back. I mean, that's not the question. Like I said, I just think it was early. But like you said, yes, that's exactly what you could call it, an athletic novella. Because they had some of the
beautiful.
They had the most extra storylines I have ever heard. Like the match leading up to that EO Sky Penta match, I'm like, I don't think that's a real lot. That's not logical, but I'm gonna go with you. I'm gonna ride with you for that one. Like I forgot what the reason was for, but I remember hearing it going, that don't make no sense, bro. But if everybody down with it, I'm gonna ride with you.
Right. And you know what's so funny? Like up until that point, everyone just saw Pentagon as a monster, right? But when Black Lotus Triads came in there, he had range. Like you felt sorry that he was getting his ass beat by these women. You know, like, you know what I'm saying?
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
And so like he showed that like you know what, Pentagon could be a babyface, and I feel that's what Tony Khan saw. So that's why when they came to AEW, they made him face, not heel. Yeah, when like how he normally is.
Yep. See, I actually think that was the biggest mistake with them.
Yep.
Like making them faces. Not that I don't think he does a good job of face, but I think as a heel, he has more fun. And I like I like when he's torturing folks. Like I like when he goes out of his way to torture folks. Not just with not just with matches, but like literally but even like his backstage segments for Lucha Underground, it was hilarious watching him because he was just like, damn, that's fucked up to say, man. Damn. So
And you know what's so funny? Like a lot of people talk about like who's the next great lucha wrestler, right? After Rey Mysterio. I was like, Pentagon Jr. been here. Let's put respect on him.
Stares at Pentagon Jr. Shit.
Right.
Oh man, we're making Temple cry. He's crying already. He's like,
but you're right though, because if you think about it, Pentagon has literally like the right momentum to be that guy already. Like he already has that momentum. Like I mean, as much as I hate to say Rey Fénix is great, but Pentagon seems to have that it factor for me.
Oh man, definitely. Yeah. But all right, now we can talk about the main event.
Okay.
So because I know like everybody's gonna cry on this, and I will too, because I think this man deserves to win this belt. Mark Briscoe versus Eddie Kingston. I mean, we're seeing that direction. Eddie lost the Continental. We now is about to lose the Ring of Honor one. And whether people are like it or not, I think this is a time. I'm kind of glad, to be honest with you guys. I know I might get shit on this. They kind of delayed on this one because, you know, after his God rest his soul, his brother, you know, if they would have given him the belt like right after, then that would have I don't want to compare like that, but listen, and I apologize, people who are listening and watching. It's almost like how they did for Ray and Eddie situation. Like, you know, how they gave him the Rumble and how Eddie won, you know, Triple Threat. Here, this delayed. They didn't do it like automatically, like in a month or two. They took a while for Mark to get himself built up and everything, you know, in Dynamite, Collision, or Rampage, and then Ring of Honor as well too. Sometimes they finally got the number one contender. And I think for me, this match is going to be a great storytelling in the end, and it's going to be. I think Eddie is going to do the best to take out the best out of Mark Briscoe in this match. It is gonna get emotional. I know that the kids are gonna be there. His brother's kids are gonna be there. It's gonna be an emotional fucking night, and I hope, and he deserves to have that, especially in Mania weekend, Super Card of Honor. Why the hell not? So I hope, and I know Eddie Kingston wouldn't mind either way. But what's he gonna say? No, he's a team player. He's fucking gonna be like, hell yeah, I'm gonna put you over. You deserve to have. This is your moment. This is your Mania weekend. And that's why I feel that Mark Briscoe is going to win it. I swear, I will cry if he wins that shit, because I'll be like, fuck yeah, he deserves to have win it that way. I'm excited. I don't know if you guys feel the same. So, J-Man, you excited for this main event?
I am, and because it's kind of like you say, it's overdue. And you know, it's going to be one of those emotional roller coasters too. You know what I'm saying? There's going to be like a lot of the hits that, you know, I'm pretty sure he's going to do some moves that Jay did, and the Jay Jilla and all that stuff. So for me, Mark should win. It's going to be an emotional roller coaster, and I think that's what it should be, you know?
Oh man. Yeah. Definitely.
So I know you said delayed. For me, I don't think so. I think Mark's one of those dudes. He's old. He knows the old school the locker room politics. That he's like he didn't want it just going to be handed to him because his brother passed away, or get it to him like 6 months after because of that. he, like you said, he built himself up an entirely different persona. Like he's still the Briscoes, but he's like a different kind of Briscoe now. So when he wins that championship, it won't be Briscoe, the guy who used to be a tag team fighter who deserves the belt. It's going to be the guy who reinvented himself after his brother passed away, fought to get to where he was, and that's going to be the story right now as far as I'm concerned. I think that's what they're shooting for. And like you said, it'll be one of those things where like his kids will be there, all the family will be there, and it'll be one of those things where like I think this is the anniversary of like one of his first singles matches, which I can't remember.
Yes, I me too. I forgot. I know exactly what you're talking about. I forgot about this.
So it's like everything's in place for him to definitely win because yeah, he definitely should win that. No offense to Eddie, I think this is one of those things where I don't like using this term. Eddie, I think right now was great for pretty much putting some shine on all three of those belts, but they're ready to go out like kids. They need to go out and grow up by themselves at this point.
Oh, I like what Tim said saying right here. I really want to Sting and Darby versus Pentagon and Vampiro. You're breaking my heart when you said Temple. I would have got Nettie.
What could have been? What could have been?
What could have been? Yeah. So, but like for me, I'm like, yeah, I think Mark will win. I think I like the way they build him. I like the fact that it was not immediate. I like the fact they let Mark get his feet wet as a singles wrestler again. Yo, what's up?
Shout out to Mr. Delorean himself, Mike Nero, who was earlier on the show here on the channel. You heard his predictions. We'll get there, Denero. We'll get to your predictions. But man,
121.1 gigawatts.
Yes, right. And Tom, the future broadcast, right there. I cheers you. Love you.
So, but yeah, so like at this point, it's at this point, it'll be good to see Mark.
That's right.
Kind of come. I think this is where Mark comes into his own. Like I said, he used to be a singles wrestler. Until he tagged with his brother. So
double human torture. Love it.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I imagine somebody will go through a flaming table in that match, probably. So, but I'm pretty sure it'll be definitely be extreme than it was, but hopefully not as terrible.
Man,
in regards to the punishment they put each other through.
Oh man, it's gonna be an emotional matchup for me, man. I can't wait. I'm excited.
So here's my question, and Temple touched on this. So if Mark gets the ROH title, who gets New Japan Strong? Temple talked about it earlier. I'm like, who should get it?
Oh, that's a good question.
It's tough.
Yeah,
it's tough right now because Tsuji won the cup.
Yeah,
right?
he did.
Yep.
And like I said, the New Japan Strong title would be a little too parallel for him because I think they're shooting him up already. Like he's probably going to get global, or they're going to reinvent the Intercontinental title again for him.
Exactly. So So it's like you can't really put it on a guy who's on the up and up, right?
Yeah.
Not to say that the Strong title is like a weak title, but
yeah,
you kind of want Tsuji is probably going to go for more.
New Japan Strong don't show up on New Japan that often.
Right. I always thought maybe Ziggler.
He
but the thing he's doing too much. Like I would think he's just doing too much. You know,
he's got the global belt. He basically helped introduce the global belt, and he gave it a name. Giving him New Japan Strong would be it'd be like getting a USA title after you get the Intercontinental title.
Exactly. And then he's gonna be bouncing around, like so he won't be on TV over there, but he'll be TV over here, and it'll be like kind of confusing, like who is he really with?
Yeah.
How do you feel about David Finlay? I know that's kind of a step down, but to get David Finlay to come on do
I think a step down.
AEW shows.
I mean, honestly, I'm thinking right now if I'm going to pick somebody, it has to be someone homegrown in America. And it might be not only homegrown, but I mean, I'd give it to Takeshita at this point. I would give it to Takeshita. I would get the one to take it. Because at this point, that man, you want to talk about somebody on the come up.
Yeah,
like, his last two matches have been amazing.
Hey, you know what? That does make sense because not only that, because remember they have now the UWPW now with them all united. So that could make sense there for giving it to Kaneshita, to Takeshita because he's able to take that belt, go to Noah, go to DDT, maybe go to All Japan, and able to do that. So now they're all working together now in Japan. That makes absolutely fucking sense.
Yeah, because
Gaijin, I can see a Gaijin. I mean, I was gonna say just to piss people off, will be Jack Perry. But no, Nick.
I mean, here's the thing, though. Jack Perry.
No.
Keep in mind, though.
Whoa.
Jack Perry's not a terrible idea.
It's not a bad idea, but I know people are gonna be like, "What the fuck is wrong?"
Oh no, yeah, they were pissed at you, but like Jack Perry's not
even Tranquilo. Don't tell me to calm down.
For me, it would be like, okay, I see what you're saying, and it's cool, right? But then I also feel like he's not really learning nothing now because we just gave him a title.
Yeah,
we're trying to build this man to know structure and etiquette, and then we gonna give him a title. You know, like
that's fair. That is fair. I'll give you that.
But I do like Takeshka's idea. I like that. I like that because he can wrestle with every one of those guys.
Mm-hmm. And let's face it, he's had two of the greatest matches so far. One was definitely a 5-star contender, and the one with Swerve is also a 5-star contender.
Oh, man. That's the thing. Like he's AEW's workhorse.
Yeah,
you know.
I said
out of all the guys.
I said it last week. I said it last week, Justin. I said that man. If it wasn't for, I'll give credit to Omega because he brought him in. Yeah. Give him credit, whatever credit's due. But I give him credit for him a lot more because he took the American audience and understood it and really took the culture and made himself something that was like, hell yeah. And like I was saying, like, remember you were in the chat, you said that shit was like straight fucking blood sport right there. The guy, that's what it reminds me of. I love it. And fuck it, I am with you on that idea. Takeshi winning that belt makes a lot of sense for him to go all, because then it brings all those promotions together and more closer.
Can you imagine if he won the belt all together?
If they
literally the idea of him winning it all together.
If they do, look, if they fucking, I'm telling you right now, if they book that match, we're doing watch along. I'm asking for a day off. I'm gonna stay up all night
at 3 in the morning.
Hell yeah, at 3 in the morning.
Hey, I'll be down. Okay. I've always wanted to watch like a
back to the original one. Mark getting that shot is probably like it's long overdue. I don't know what the feelings will be, but it is going to be bad. It's going to be one of those. It's the only time it actually has been that bad was probably when Cody won the NWA championship from Nick Aldis for the first time. That's because if you think about it, that was his dad's belt.
Right.
So it'll probably be that kind of energy for the whole match. So I'm kind of.
Isn't it crazy that we're in this emotional title hunt?
Yeah.
Mark going for his brother's title, Cody going for his dad's title, families defending families. It's like, I know people want to use this whole like wrestling is one thing, WWE is one thing. Like they all kind of just doing the same thing,
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about it, we have had, granted, if you get past the Punk thing, we have had two prominent wrestler figures, Cody and Daniel Bryan, who basically shot down a tribalism argument from a lot of folks, which I was grateful for.
Same.
Because like I'm over here just dude, half these dudes gonna bounce around everybody. You don't complain when they go to TNA and MLW. Why are you complaining if they go to WWE, AEW? I mean, I ain't gonna tell somebody not to get paid for their family. Who you got the audacity to tell somebody not to get paid for their family? So I was really happy about that. So yeah, like
you don't think people at McDonald's eat at Burger King? They do.
Basically, exactly. So
they need to. I'm pretty sure they do. Like, I'm gonna take off my fucking hat. I think
the real thing for me is the fact that we are watching. Like, if you think about it, so when we started watching wrestling, think about this. When we started wrestling, look how old we all were. Now we are watching second and third generation wrestlers of guys we used to follow. If someone told me I would be watching Dusty's two kids wrestle, one who's almost close to retirement and one who's going for the championship, we'd watch the Wild Samoans, 15 generations all wrestle after them. Like, and as a kid, you'd be going, "What? How did we get here? When did we get home?"
Right. If somebody would have told me that we're watching Rock's daughter make matches on a show, like
exactly.
All right, so I guess we're gonna jump to NXT then. Huh? Fuck it, let's just do it then.
Yeah.
All right.
Making me hungry.
Yeah, no,
Bodega.
What
you want? You want a chopped cheese with a bev? What you need?
With an orange
Chicharron?
drink? With an orange drink?
Orange drink? Come on. Quarter water?
Quarter water?
If you know, you know.
You know.
Did
man,
someone
that's
pass away? I got the Saint candles in the back. You know, the Santa Cristo. You know what I'm saying?
I need some Tampico real quick.
Hey,
you need some Tampico?
Oh,
Chico, I got you.
I used to that joint used to burn, but I used to love that drink. God
dude. I'm telling you, mix right, yo.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So we got these cards here on the match for Stand and Deliver. So we have 7 matches. They did a lot unexpected. They added the Sean Spears, Joe Gacy. They added the 6 women's unexpectedly as well, which should have been a singles 1-on-1, but that's just me. That's my opinion about it, but that's fine. But everything else, I mean, break it down, fellas. I mean, which one you gonna touch on? And we can save the last 2, which I'll save at least the main event. Yeah, you know what? Let's save the main event, which we already know which is the main event. We kind of get an idea which is the main event. But go ahead, J-Man. You pick, you can go through each one of them. Doesn't matter, brother. Break it down. The floor is yours.
Well,
it's free for all here, man.
Touching. If we talk about touching,
tocando.
That Roxanne Perez.
Oh, okay. All right. You want to talk about that? All right, let's talk about it. About it.
Isn't it me or like I know that they had some things where she was supposed to be the upstart, the whole prodigy thing, and then they kind of pulled it back for a little bit, right? And now we got Thotty Roxy, right? So for me, as much as I think it's her time. I don't know. I think what's her name? Homegirl needs to retain a little bit.
Oh, Lyra Valkyrie.
I think she needs to retain because she's just on a wave. Lyra is just killing it. You know what I'm saying? And I like Roxy. I like how she wrestles, but Lyra, like, I don't see her unless they might move her up. I don't think so. I think it's a little too soon. She probably retaining, but this is probably gonna be one of the best matches on Stand and Deliver, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know what?
I agree with that. Mm-hmm. The Thotty Roxy might be the best for it. They're sitting there going, "How did we get here?"
Hey,
I'm like,
we here though. We here.
But the thing is, I do enjoy her, and the thing about Roxanne that I love is that she has, like, it's not so much she has banger matches. It's more along the lines of that she sells the hell out of those matches.
Yes.
Like every single time you watch the story for that match, you're going, you get all invested into it.
Mm-hmm.
Like when she turned heel, I was genuinely disappointed. Not because I thought they should have booked it that way. I was like the fan going, "Oh, not my favorite person,"
right?
Like that kind of thing. That kind of thing that was bothering me. Which again it's her job. That's what she goes for. So that's the best part about her. Lyra, I don't know if she's ready for the big stage yet, but man, at best in a year she's gone. In my opinion, in a year she's probably gonna be gone.
Yeah.
What? You say gone or going to the main roster or
the
gone
main roster? Gone from NXT to the main roster.
All right.
Because the thing about her,
wait a minute, wait, what's going on here?
the thing I love about
you got no hope for them. You got no hope. What's wrong with you?
The thing I love about her is that when I watch her, she looks like she looks and acts like what a champion's supposed to be. Like in my opinion, like when you watch him, like she feels like a champion. It's like when you first saw Carmelo when he got the belt for the first time, you're going, yeah, the belt looked good on him. Or when you saw Joe with a title, or when you saw Adam Cole or with the North American title and then the NXT title. Like there's something about her where that belt fits her well. And she sells it. Like she sells like this belt belongs to me. Do I think Roxanne's got there yet? This new persona, because it's still developing, I think that's what keeping her from. I think that's what they need to hold off on giving her a title, because she needs to be able to build this personal gimmick. Because at one point they were doing that weird, like upstart kind of like punk person, which was nice, but then it turned into, like you said, this like new version, which is half thotty, half like basically it's like the half red flag you used to date in high school, who you was generally like, I'm like, you weren't afraid to take the shot, but you knew it was not going to end well, kind of date.
Right. Like you have to always defend for them saying something crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, man, you be talking. It's like when you had that crazy girlfriend, you talking to her before you go inside. Like, listen, I don't want any trouble today. You know what I'm saying? You know, let's just be in and out 10 minutes. As soon as you walk in there, she say something crazy. Now you got to defend, and you got to put in a
or my favorite. It's like 9 o'clock. You about to go into school for class, and she roll up in the El Dorado smoking a cigarette, going, "Let's go, bitch!"
Right.
Like that's who she is. Like no,
that's what I'm saying.
That's her energy right now. The thing is, that's the best part of her. But I think she's still developing that character. At least that's what it feels like to me. It's like Toni Storm before she reached full timeless part. That in between part was a little bit rough, and I think that's that's kind of where Roxanne is. But here's the thing, though: even as she develops, every single time she gets in the ring, every time she gets on the mic, it's still great. Like it's still.
Oh yeah, she always been good on the mic for sure.
So
I know as I could tell you on this one, in this match, I could tell you that what's homegirl's name that's with Valkyria? What's her name? The BFF that's almost like that Mickey James Trish Stratus story.
Yeah. You talking about the stalker girl?
Yeah, the stalker girl. She's gonna end up causing the match, and I feel. Yeah, I know Temple mentioned Cora Jade. I think Cora Jade will be after, not right now. I think Cora Jade will come down the line. I still, because this storyline with Roxanne, it really reminds me of AJ Lee. That's what it reminds me to me. Like that psychotic, that you know, like I'm a good girl, but I'm a bad girl. I'm a psychotic girl, but I'm a this. I'm like fuck, what the fuck are you? It's like you got a man crazy.
So here's the issue with the AJ Lee comparisons that cracks me up. And this is not a disrespect to AJ Lee.
Respectfully.
Roxanne is, dare I say it, and it's probably because of Shawn Michaels, a better wrestler than AJ Lee was. I think AJ Lee has the edge because of experience, and she knows how to work a ring and work a story. But I think on raw talent, period alone, Roxanne's definitely better, and I hate saying it that way because I don't want it to seem like I don't love AJ Lee, because I do. Roxanne's a different. Roxanne's a different animal. Yeah, Roxanne's a different animal. Like she literally feels like a different animal than AJ Lee was. Do I think she can have a match with AJ Lee right now? Yeah, like peak AJ Lee, I think she could go with one-on-one with AJ Lee easy. So,
imagine she shows up and send and deliver. I'll be like, "What?"
That is a rumor that's floating around that she's going to do something.
AJ Lee?
Yeah, theoretically, it's possible. Like they've been alluding to it for almost a few weeks now, and there's with the shorts. So the only problem I have. So here's the thing with AJ Lee that no one wants to talk about.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get up early in the morning for that shit. Now.
She has admitted that she had a padded bra because, as she puts it, she's built like a 12-year-old boy. So it's funny that everyone keeps making the comparison because they're two different people and they have two different styles. And unfortunately, and I'll say this, AJ Lee was born during the Diva generation. And that is there's only a few high spots in the Diva generation. We got Beth Phoenix and a few other folks, but honestly, there were not that many. Like when it fell off after the Attitude Era, it fell off. So
she didn't really have true competition until Paige got there.
I know, right? That was a thing. And so I think it'll be interesting to see her go. But I think Roxanne is so distinguishable. Unfortunately, there is a part of me that think that they may screw around and have her do visits at some point to the main roster every so often before she even gets the belt. And I think that might kind of ruin her brand, in my opinion, but hopefully they don't do that. But then again, if that's what they tell her to do, that's what she's going to do, and she's going to kill it as far as I'm concerned. But it'll definitely be interesting to see how she develops. And again, Lyra, I'll tell you right now, the only reason I'm not giving it to Roxanne is, like I said, she's still developing this new gimmick that just does not feel fully fleshed out to me.
This is why I debate about why should NXT have an extra hour instead of just they're on not even 2 hours.
They're about
2 hours.
2 hours, right? About 2 hours. I still
Mm-hmm.
feel like they need another hour or another. I mean, they have NXT Level Up. They should use it as their fucking collision.
Mhm.
Like use that as their SmackDown.
Yeah.
Because then from there you could really help develop these stories or develop new stories within the other platform besides NXT. You can make that as your Dynamite and make fucking Level Up as your Collision. Now the Collision is like their second brand because they buried Rampage. That's done. It's unfortunate, but it's what it is. But if they could do that, because I know they use Level Up to bring new stars and new athletes. I respect that. Now, but still, at the same time, take advantage of using that and tell the stories.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you.
I'm just saying.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Now, Level Up is basically their NIL tunnel right there.
Yeah. Which it is.
Which makes it. I mean, I actually enjoyed it. I mean, I feel like it was that Paige AJ Lee feud was way too short in my opinion. I think they could have got at least a few more weeks out of it.
And that was also it wasn't bad. Just to answer Temple, like we're not saying that it was bad. It was just that at the time it was making the transition from diva to basically just women wrestling. Like
that's true. That is very true.
And so like there wasn't a lot of people that were behind just the wrestling aspect of the women just wrestling, except for Fit Finley. He was like probably the only one.
The only one.
The only one. And that guy deserves a lot of credit, damn it. You know what I mean? Like
fuck yeah. Hell yeah.
A lot of wrestlers didn't want to take that toll and they didn't want to take that that roster, but he did.
That dude,
they talk about women wrestling in WWE, he has to be there. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I love the fact that he's just like, you just look at him and go, oh, that's a wrestler's wrestler right there.
Right.
Like, that's the reason I like when I heard the story, they were just like, oh yeah, Fit would just pretend like to do what they say and not let us do anything and then go, all right, let's go. That kind of thing. And like
exactly. Like
and the clips of him teaching there was actually pretty good. So
hell yes. Hell yes. Yeah.
But Paige and AJ Lee was just too short, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it was just too soon. It was too soon.
Exactly. Yeah. But then again, if Paige and AJ Lee were like a couple of years later, it'd be crazy. Because again, AJ Lee, I mean, she's still in wrestling. She's still in wrestling shape. So because she still has across the step, so she's good to go. So if she showed up and stand and deliver and beat the crap out of Rocks, I'm good with that.
Dude, they even mentioned about like someone being in a crowd you know how they always do in attendance, right? Two thoughts in my head came in that was either Tama Tonga or either a female. And the female
I think Julia's a rumor. Julia's a rumor.
Julia's a rumor, but she's not ready yet because she's gonna do what for Grasso the promotion. Once she gets us going, and then she's gonna come.
Oh, okay.
She owes him a favor. Because Russell put her up there, so she's gonna decide to stay until
is she still the champion still?
No, yes she is.
Okay, yeah, okay. So she ain't going anywhere yet.
No. She's not going anywhere. You know, Stephanie Balcura she won another belt. She didn't win that one that Julia has. They're gonna fight each other eventually. And I think
I have a question, guys. I got a question. Why is it that when every time a woman wrestler has to turn on NXT, especially nowadays, they have to go the thought route? Thea, it happened with Thea. It happened with Cora Jade. Now we got Roxanne. You know what I'm saying? Like Sean. It's honestly, I know you got a type, man, but what's going on?
Honestly, on this one, I'm not even gonna blame Sean too much. I use that word loosely.
What?
I'm gonna use that word.
Well,
loosely.
That's true because a heel turn is what Sean's good at, right?
Yeah,
so
if you want to talk about the original thought, Shawn Michaels was the original wrestling thought. Shawn Michaels was the original thought. So
he was the original habitual line stepper. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. So pretty much they all go on the Shawn Michaels route at that point. He threw, like I said, after he threw Marty Jannetty through that window, he became a thought. Like all his outfits changed. And the Sensational Sherry was in these streets. So Sherry out here pimping him left and right. Please.
And nobody asked any questions. You know what I'm saying? Nobody asked any questions.
All I'm saying right now, the greatest lie I was ever told in wrestling, and there were many, was that Shawn Michaels could actually dance. That was the greatest lie in wrestling.
Oh, fuck yeah. Hell yeah. And no, Temple, it never happened, Temple.
Like, he
never
is
happened.
Mr. WrestleMania, but that man can't dance. I don't care what nobody's saying. He is Mr. WrestleMania, but he's Mr. WrestleMania who can't dance.
No. Hey, white boy, you can't dance. No, you can't.
Paige and AJ Lee tag team at WrestleMania against the Bellas, but never had a match.
Yeah, Temple. It's only they had a tag team, but not a one-on-one match, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So, all right. So
the girl's name is Tina Paxley, by the way.
Okay.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Okay. What's the next one? Stand and deliver.
Well, look.
Dijak?
Exactly. Yeah. You read my mind very well. This is the one that I said it at World Elite. Wait, what's the comment now?
It's like anybody who thinks that belt's leaving that man, you out of your mind.
Well, I know, I get it, I get it, and that's why it's called debate for a reason, man. Because I know people like, they really give him fucking Obafemi that it's taking me time for me myself. It's taking me time to really be like, okay, he hasn't really impressed me fully. Yes. He did a good job versus Dragon Lee. He did a good job. Even though I felt like that was a fucking squash. That was a kind of like you took some shit. All right, good. But I just still didn't feel that it was there. Like I've seen his matches he had on NXT. I just don't feel it yet. I mean, I know they see high class of him. Great. Not discrediting the man yet. I just need time to develop for me to get an understanding of his character and everything yet. I still don't. I just don't see it yet. But for me here, I want Dijak. Fuck that. This man is on social media. He's on social media. This man is everywhere talking shit. Had a top fucking. I'll call it a 12-pack. Fuck the 5 stars. I'm trying to pay 12-pack right here. Because him and Dragunov at No Mercy last year. That was a banger when his fucking he dislocated his finger. All of that. Even the matches he had, that was crazy. In the matches he had with Joe Gacy, by far, like Dijak, why not? Or why the fuck not? Do you think he paid his dues? He did great as before he became this character with him and Keith Lee. Then you went to the main roster as Retribution, didn't do shit. Went back down to NXT, became this character. I really thought he was going to join, D'Angelo's group because it kind of makes sense to have him. Why not? If you can't beat him, join him. That would have made sense to me in that point. But then, because of the story, and now this, what are you doing with him now? It's like, fuck, man, give him belt. I think this man paid his dues. Give him a fucking belt. Why? He's been a former NXT North American champion. But, however, folks, this is a different Dijak. He's like your Punisher version of fucking Dijak. He can fucking go with it and run with it. But I feel he deserves it. Josh Briggs, it's still developing. Great talent, but still developing his character. Still gotta see. But if Obi wins, that's fine. But I'd rather have Dijak win this belt because I think the crowd in Philadelphia will cheer for Dijak. That's me. That's just me. I don't know how you guys feel.
Okay.
That's how you guys feel.
Okay.
So
for me, this new Dijak, it's just giving me those type of police officer vibes,
Yeah.
And we all know how we feel about those types. So, for me, even though he's a great talent and can wrestle, and he's got a really good barber.
He does.
That haircut was shocking the first time we saw it.
Boy, damn, the fade, no edges.
Who cut your hair, man?
But Ovi Femi, he's on a wave, and
I saw that. I did see that, Temple. I'm sorry, Justin. Go ahead.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. NXT likes to keep on waves. They like to keep that trending. So Ovi Femi is just gonna ride that wave too. But they will have a good match. Dijak has really never had a bad match too. So
he hasn't. He's been having great matches.
He's always had a good match. Yes. So, and if anything, this is gonna help make Obi Femi.
Very true. Very true about that.
So I don't think Femi's not getting that match. The reason being is that he has he reminds me honestly of an early Brock Lesnar, where he just like it was like he's like here's the funny part though.
I was waiting for Will Hobbs, but okay,
Yeah,
this is different.
no, he's got more personality than Brock Lesnar did when he first started. That's the thing. Yeah, he has a lot of personality, but he's got that same kind of I'm gonna mash everybody till I get to my belts kind of energy. And I think they're really pushing that, which is why I think Dijak's gonna be locked out. Not locked out of the championship for a while. And it's kind of interesting. And because of the fact that the championship right now is like the world championship right now is kind of in flux and it's already in the middle of its own storyline, they may take it from Femi because they want him to take the belt next. But I think the only way he loses that if in like unless it's in like in 2 weeks, he's in a hunt for the NXT championship. Because right now he is in a position where like he is literally like crushing. He's like crushing everybody and telling everybody, I will crush everybody to make sure I keep my belt. Which, like I said, feels much like when Brock Lesnar first started. But remember, Paul Heyman had to do all of his talking back then because he just didn't have a personality or an energy. Femi does not have that handicap at all.
No,
he comes with it, and you're going, somebody gonna die every time he gets on the mic. Which is, I mean, like I said, that's how they're pushing him, and that's how he's carrying the load right there. Like I said, I predict him probably if he loses that belt within 6 months, he's easily in a hunt for a championship. Easy.
Facts.
So
that's true.
But yeah, like I said, he is. But I do it like I said. This goes back to my big meaty man slapping meat. As much as I like little guys and like jumping around and like the thing, I'm still always gonna love Smash Mouth and big dudes doing what they do. So, and Obafemi kind of fulfills that for me. And I think for WWE right now, that is what they cater to very well. So, so it's good. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like I agree with you. It would be nice if Dijak got the championship. Like to say a dude who put in the work who deserves it, it's him. Like you said, he has had a banger match after match nonstop his entire time at NXT. So, I mean, a weird haircut aside, yeah, he deserves. I would definitely not be upset if he ended up winning. What's his name? No offense. That's like your kid brother helping you in the fight too. It's like, dude, you are great, but we all know you're not winning this shit at all.
Right. So, I can see the comparison with Temple said. I see what he says. I see.
I see that too.
I can see that. Yeah.
I can see that too.
The Hall of Pain version.
I would say more down the middle. I would say.
No, I mean, the Hall of Pain is actually probably a really good assessment because remember there was that period when he beat Randy Orton, and he was pretty much like, "Welcome to the House of Pain, Hall of Pain." And yeah, I can see that. Yeah, when you think about that particular period where he won the championship from Randy, that's pretty much kind of where Femi is right now.
Yeah.
Oh man.
To me, I was gonna save this for later, but to me, he got Vader presence. You know I was gonna save this for my show, but I'll just say it here exclusive. But my nickname for him is Swagger Vader. You know, because Vader didn't have all that swag. He didn't have all that confidence like Obafemi does. But he come with the same violence.
I'll give you that. Yeah.
Now, the question though, does he need a manager or should he do it solo? That's the biggest question.
Who, Femi?
I think he's good on the mic.
Yeah, he's like I said, he knows how to push it on the mic.
And with that crowd too, with the crowd backing him up and cheering for him and everything. It's like they already got a package built. Well, pause. No, did he? Like they already got something built around his character.
That makes sense. Okay.
So like I said, he's doing what he needs to do to make a name for himself and work his way up the line.
See, Dijak is about to be is above in North America. He's going for Dijak, and I should it be, of course.
Yeah, I see that.
That should have happened, in my opinion, too. Temple, I agree. I mean, speaking of titles, what about this one? Like, I just want to say, like, I wish it was the OG, because I think maybe we could have saw the debut of Hiro Tamatonga in this one, and then it would have been like, okay, the reunion of the OG Bullet Club. Since now that AJ's a lone wolf, I mean, it's just me. I know everybody says differently.
Yeah.
But that would have been hell of fucking fantastic that to happen. It could still happen, because I mean, they could still come right after and say, "Screw this, we're here to dominate everything here." And Tamatonga comes out of nowhere. Yep, I'm needing these men to be more aggressive. That could be the case. We don't know. But here, I mean, and don't get me wrong, Frazier and Axiom, I like them. They're great talents. I just like their push was not there for me still by far, but kudos to them finally to be in an NXT event, a takeover event. I'm happy for them. It's going to be a banger match. I think it will be. I think this is going to be a banger match because Braun Breaker, man, he's teaching Baron Corbin how, hey, this is how you do banger matches, bro. That's how I feel. And I think, and it's like likewise, they're teaching each other. Corbin's teaching him how to be more of a character. Breaker's teaching him how to be more in-ring storytelling, developing more, and putting of a banger matchup. And this is going to be very solid. And while we're choosing this, as much as I like Frazier and Axiom, but I think we know that Breaker's full-time will be full-time after this. But that doesn't mean he could come and defend the tag team titles unless my what-if scenario is Axiom Frazier wins because Corbin gets pinned. Breaker loses his mind. Breaker fucking slams, Corbin and then walks out. That's it. And Corbin's on his own on NXT unless he's called alongside with Breaker to the main roster. We don't know. So there could be there's so many scenarios in this matchup because even Breaker could come out with a contract. Here, you're back. You could join me on SmackDown. They said, yeah. And oh my God, the crowd, we're going to be a tag team. There you go. Crowd go crazy. That could be the case here. So if I choose the what-if scenarios that I would like the last one I just said. Fuck it, just give it to Axiom Frazier. Let them build a tag team up and just bring back Corbin along with Breaker to the main roster. And have them be a tag team up there and do that scenario. Give them the contract. Here, you're gonna go to SmackDown with me. Oh my God, yeah, we're going together. Hey, I love your characters though, man. I enjoy it, man. I don't know if you guys.
They're entertaining. Yeah, they're entertaining.
Yeah, they're entertaining.
Fucking entertaining, man.
So here's the thing about this thing. NXT does not follow normal rules.
What is rules? There's no such thing as fucking rules at all.
That's the thing that's cracking me up. Like, honestly, I can see Frazier and Axiom winning. Like you said, there is a chance of someone getting called up.
I like that one.
Oh yeah. The funny thing about it is as much as I hate to say it, Corbin and Breaker as NXT tag champions don't really fit the NXT brand. Like, they don't. And don't get me wrong, I agree with you that they do complement each other really well. But keep in mind, Baron Corbin, when he was in NXT, was doing banger matches already. So it wasn't like he didn't have a shot. He just got to a point where he was just not being really allowed to shine like he was when he was Lone Wolf the original time. But I think Corbin brought that out in him. And because of Corbin, because of Braun, they now have this repartee that is, like you said, kind of hilarious. If you look at those two, Axiom Frazier, they are perfect tag team champions for NXT. Like they got the swagger, they got the build. I mean, honestly, they remind me of an early DIY physique wise, not talent wise. But they are more inclined to look like they came from NXT than Braun and Corbin did.
See, modern day Steiners. There you go.
Yeah, basically. So, and honestly, it never felt right with them getting the belts, other than the fact that they put some shine on them championships belts. Not that, honestly, in my opinion, not that it needed it, but I hate to say that they were in a transitional time, but they were kind of like, we need to find, until we find somebody who we can really build with these belts, you guys get it. And I think you can with Frazier and Axiom. I don't know if you can build them to the max, but I think you can build them really strong for NXT. So, and as much as, like I said, and I hate to discount Braun Breaker because I think he is a special talent. Like he is genuinely a special talent. I actually did not think he could be that funny. Like I honestly did not think he could be that.
I thought he had no personality. Also,
Yeah.
Same thing. And honestly, that, like I said, shout out to the trainer. Shout out to his trainer. So I'm excited. Like I'm hoping he gets to the main roster quickly to see what he does. Like I think has he been signed to SmackDown or Raw yet? Because I can't really.
I thought he was on SmackDown.
I thought so too, but like they're being real cagey about it. Like they're doing a terrible job of letting you know who's going where. And I mean, rightfully so. It's like they're trying to keep everyone guessing, but I do feel bad for Corbin because I don't know what that means for him. So
I feel like he should go along. If they do that story, what I mentioned, it makes more sense. Because once we get into Mania, you'll know why. But yeah.
I mean, it will. But I will tell you right now, once I give them like maybe a couple of months, and then Braun or Baron turns on them. Like that's the interesting.
Well, I mean, that could happen. Even that day could happen.
Yeah,
if they lose the belt.
Yeah, right. Yeah. That could happen.
So we'll wait to see. Like I said, we'll wait to see. This is, I mean, don't get me wrong, it'll be a banger because NXT always throws bangers. But honestly, this is not the one I'm excited about.
Oh, okay.
I mean, as excited as I could be. Like, I'm not rushing like I was with Roxanne and Lyra was. Like, this is just one that goes, I look at it and go, oh, this is going to be a good match. Cool.
Right. Even when you talk about he
didn't just say that.
Shout out. No, but even when you go through like and look at the ROH matches and then even Mania matches that are going on, you know, like this is probably the one that you're not even thinking about too. You know, just I feel the same way. Also too, like what is up with Frazier's picture here? Like everyone looks intimidating, but Frazier got like that Tinder picture.
It looked like he was like
we're trying to like gauge in the person's eyes.
Yeah, I'm like looking at him going, oh, that's the Brendan Fraser cosplay from Encino Man.
Yeah. Or George of the Jungle. Or
Exactly.
George of the
Jungle. Hell no. I agree with everything you said, Phil. But I'm also gonna say this too. Isn't this just like Lucha Dragons and Ascension?
Oh, yeah, oh my god! Oh my god!
Isn't this the same?
Yeah, wow, yeah.
And just like you said, Ivan, and just like you said, Phil, they don't follow rules. Lucha Dragon beat them, so like I can see Fraser and Accident beating them. So,
so I mean, and the thing, I mean, that's why NXT was great because like you get people like grizzled young veterans with a tag title, and you're going, grizzled young veterans. Or what was the other one? What was the other one that cracked me up? Was the Vaudevillains.
Vaudevillains. Oh yeah.
The Vaude. Yes.
Oh, the Vaudevillains.
That's the dads of Tony Storm right now. That's
exactly.
The Storm right now. Vaudevillains.
So
that's right.
We made it, like I said, I'm like the best. Like the one thing that I'm excited about Stand and Deliver is that there are some guarantees here and there. But there's some weird, like they're better at the wild card shit than any other wrestling brand I know. And I mean, that's the part I enjoy about it. But like I said, even when Mandy aside, even Roxanne winning the championship at that time, the first time, was still a shock. So
yeah.
I mean, granted, we know why she lost it, but at the same time, them giving it
Bobby
to
Roode beating Shinsuke Nakamura. That was a shocker.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
That was a shocker. Oh my god, yes. I didn't expect it.
Right?
When I said like, no, I didn't expect. I'm like, what? Okay, I see. No rules. Okay.
Like they had a cage match. They almost killed each other, and then Bobby Roode come in and beat him. Like what? It don't make no sense.
Oh man!
Keep in mind, this is also the time when Finn Balor couldn't beat him, and that's saying
that is right.
Yeah,
and that's
right.
And that's saying some shit. Consider the fact that in Japan they used to go. So,
right. Facts.
So
that's true.
Yeah. So it's like I said, NXT's we say NXT's built a little different for some folks. We can't figure out what it is, but they got something.
We don't even know what it is, man. But you know what? We don't know what it is, and it got people talking.
So
is this match right here is why is this not, which we'll talk about the main event, but look, I even saw the scenario dinner. I went to the back this morning before it. It just, I love Tony D'Angelo and Dragunov. They're both fucking awesome competitors.
Yes,
D'Angelo can really fucking tell a story. I like in the ring. It's just that this story here is just not attracting. For me, I'm saying I don't know if everybody else.
No, it's not. But honestly, for me, my issue is I hate the Italian mob Goomba guy. I hate the fact that every time we do a fucking wrestling gimmick with an American Italian, that's the gimmick they fucking go for.
But see, let me add on what you're saying, because I get what you're saying, but this could have been a different how to change this. If they would have added Dijak to this shit and made it more into that mafia version NWO, WCW type of style.
No, yeah.
I'm talking about the beginning. I'm not talking about like towards the middle of the NWO.
No. I'm saying, right? No, you're right. No, I agree with you. It's not so much that it's not the mob thing I hate. It's the tracksuit mafia stereotype that bothers.
Yes, I agree.
If they did the Godfather style, like Tony, like literally, like not Tony Soprano, but like Tony from the Godfather. If they did that guy, if they did him like that character. That one I would enjoy seeing, because one, we don't see it often. This guy, they just kind of push them. They like, as much as he is who he is, they push him into being a bit of a meathead, which bothers me. I don't like the fact that that's the direction they go with most American Italians in there. And it's like, for me, it's offensive on some level, because that's the only place they can fucking go.
Right.
And here's the point.
Right.
And like I said, that dude can go. He's great on the mic. He knows how to run a character. They could have come up with something. I mean, I find it very difficult to believe that he would volunteer that this is the gimmick he wants to do, other than I need to get that check. But I think he probably has a much better idea what kind of character he wants to be. And that'd be good to see. But like I said, this character, the problem is when I watch this character, I kind of go, I don't want this character to win. Like, I just don't. I mean, I would love to watch him wrestle. I don't ever want him to win, because then it would just justify the gimmick.
Yeah.
Yes.
Jim, how do you feel about it, brother? How do you feel about it?
Well, I mean, I like this match. I think that this is going to be better than what people think, because Dragunov hasn't had a bad match. Tony D can go, forget about it. Cannoli's up. But to tag with what Phil is saying, it's the same thing they do with like an Asian American. They always gotta find some reason to make them a karate person. Or Sakura, they made her like a Sailor Moon character. You know what I'm saying? They had that demon witch, right, back in the day with
what's Shaolin? No, Xia Li.
They had that. They did all of that, and it's like, why do we have to do this? You know what I'm saying? Like, they could totally be their own person without being any of those stereotypes. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, okay, I understand maybe you're getting a character over and that's the only way you'd be seen, but like, we can change it up now, you know? Like look at Nakamura, right? They made him not speak at all. Now they're actually just making him Nakamura. Like, this is Nakamura from New Japan now, you know? And it's like, we could have done that a long time ago.
I mean, like I said, the inverse of that was Mustafa Ali. Yeah, like he is a character that no one would have thought to put him in TNA, and he built that himself. Right, I can guarantee he's getting over. Yeah, and I guarantee it wouldn't have happened in WWE, because that is not a character they go. That's a character they save for people like JBL.
Yeah. And I have my ideas on why, you know, the southern states, but like, you know, because, you know, at the end of the day, when it comes down to wrestling, them southern states love wrestling, and they'll pay.
I just said
they won't pay for that, you know. So
I mean, like
so
I said,
they have to be. You have to appease them somehow. But what I'm saying is that I still think this match is gonna go.
Yeah.
Do I feel that Tony D will get the title? as much as he's a representative of the Shy, I would like him to.
Mm-hmm.
But Dragunov is just not losing, man. He's
Yeah, I feel the
just not
same way.
losing.
I feel the same way. I don't feel either.
Losing.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I just feel that it's too soon for
there's
D'Angelo.
no way.
I think he needs more time.
Yeah.
It's way too soon. You got to turn him. You really got to turn this guy to either develop that face persona more and give him, make him more of a chaser. This is for me. This was too simple because the way how everything the number one contender, which we'll get into the main event of this one, which it was too soon. I think if it gave it more towards it.
Yeah,
then we could be more behind D'Angelo to winning it. Hell yeah,
right. Yeah.
But on this one, it doesn't feel it. It's just like it's too soon because you're not really. You give it to him, and what else are you gonna do?
Also, injuries stopped his momentum too.
Yeah,
he was gonna be in this position a while ago, but those injuries kind of held him back. So
it's full blooded attack. You want FBI Temple? Then you'll be shit. They get cut up in that way. What?
Tony DeLuke.
Tony DeLuke.
Come on.
Oh man. All right. Anybody on this one, Pepsi? What do you got, Pepsi? You need to say.
Oh no! Oh, on this one I got it being Dijak. Like I said, Tony. Like I said, I don't want him to win just because of that gimmick. He's a much better wrestler than the gimmick that they're giving him, and I think they can do a better job with his character. The only problem is I tend to forget that when he starts wrestling. Shit. It is just like God. Then it's literally like. Then it's literally like God damn. Then literally I say God damn, he could go.
Right. It's like Buddy Holly. Buddy Holly. Remember, he was like that race car driver, and then when he got in the ring, he was a totally different dude, and then he go back to being that race car driver.
Exactly. So like I said, I wouldn't wholly be upset if he won per se, but because it'd be good for him. But I don't think Dragunov's ready for that belt to go away. As long as it took him to get that belt, hell no. As long as it's brother, go keep it for a little bit longer.
Yep.
That's very true. Very true. Little Tony, fucking Temple. That's why I love your ass, Temple. Shout out to Temple, man.
Shout out.
Yeah.
What's up, brother?
Man, all right. Yeah. Look, this is
man.
Look, this is the one that I'll give credit what credit's due on this fucking for Shawn Michaels in this one. This is the longest story in NXT I've ever seen for quite some time. And this one has really gave us the momentum. This was the one. It's kind of like how it is in Mania weekend. Like, what's going to happen? Who turns out who? Who's the face? Who's the heel? Who is what? Because we don't know what the fuck happened with with everything. What happened with Trick and versus I even forgot his fucking name on NXT now. Brian Pillman Jr. got involved in that, and then everything else happened, and then now it turns out it was Carmelo the whole time. It was me. Fuck shit. You put all that shit. So now it's how that happened, and now the story's gonna end here. But I don't feel that maybe it's not. Maybe this is gonna be a trilogy. Even though Carmelo's fully SmackDown full time, but I still feel that he's going to come into NXT to finish this as a trilogy. So I think Trick deserves that to get him more of a push for him to get the title. And shout out to Eli. If you're watching Eli, you mentioned it on Tuesday, but you mentioned this about it, making this a trilogy. Too soon for Trick Williams to get the belt. Maybe him get the belt at Battleground, then have Carmelo come back and go for it, and then they have a trilogy for it. Maybe so. There's so many scenarios how they could do it on this one, but Trick deserves this time, and how he said it last on Tuesday. Man, we're gonna get that crowd going. Whoa, that Trick! Yes, you are.
Right.
Yes, you are. You're gonna have that. So I mean, it's gonna be I think it's gonna be a banger match, man. I think this is gonna be a great storytelling, and I'm excited for it for Trick Williams. Well deserved. Way fucking deserved, man.
Exactly.
Because. And you know what? I thank the crowd. Besides him, the crowd, because they the ones who started that Trick. He didn't start that shit. The crowd did. That's how you get asses in seats, get the fans to get involved. This is the beauty of soap opera, professional wrestling, folks. That's what I love about it. Because of that, it is involved. You're like, hell yeah. Just like we were talking about Lucha Ground, like earlier. God is involved, right? This is what this man got the same way. So well deserved for this man. Congratulations for his success. And now he's gonna be the future of NXT, and that's gonna be Trick Williams. So I got Trick Williams. That's my pick. Take it away.
Go ahead, Phil. What you got, Phil?
So I think you're right. This will not be a one-off right here. I think they have at least one more after this. Because this is too good a storyline to let go. Because I mean, as much as we like giving Shawn Michaels credit, the way these two have kept that storyline going, the way they interact, the way they sell. Did you see the promo they did last Tuesday for this one?
I saw it. Yeah.
Literally, it was like they are literally carrying this one. Truth be told, this is it reminded me of Flair Rhodes on that 1 year rivalry they had for NWA, like when they were going for the gold. Because of the fact that they were so close, they were parallels of each other. And just seeing them go against each other, it's like watching a mirror. It's like fight. It's literally like Trick fighting his evil mirror twin, or vice versa. So I'm excited for this. Yeah, I'm like, I mean, don't get me wrong, they have different styles, but they also got the same kind of energy the way they wrestle. Obviously, Carmelo's got a little more experience, and will probably end up leaving a lot sooner than Trick. But I think this match, this feud, this rivalry leads into Trick going for the championship. And dare I say it, this Trick versus Obi Femi, like for the championship, or Trick against Dragunov or Tony D for that championship, almost feels like an automatic. I mean, Obi Femi might be a little bit premature, but like him, like dealing with this, finishing off with Carmelo, whoever has a Dragunov or Tony D who has that belt, and Trick going for it, feels like the natural route of it. So, and honestly, I can't pick who I want to win. The only reason I pick Trick is one, because I lean towards Trick a little bit, but and the fact that I know Carmelo's on his way out the door. Unless he might not be. He might have more time than we think.
So let me ask you this. Does this story reminds you, if Shawn Michaels got really involved in this story, does this shit reminds you of back of Vin Diesel and Shawn Michaels type of style? Does it remind you that?
Yeah. Very much. I mean, like I'm gonna shout out my brothers, Young Kings Wrestling, because they came up with this idea, so I'm gonna use it here too. The Triple H HBK storyline.
Thank you.
I love that.
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
And it led to the 02 SummerSlam. This is basically a version of that, you know? And it kind of makes me feel like we already know who won, right? But I think they're gonna flip it. I think they're gonna flip it and have Carmelo win, but maybe by DQ.
I mean, the long and short,
so it won't be a clean finish; it'll be a DQ, which is something that they kind of never did before.
I like that.
You know, and it's a good way to build a trilogy, right? Because then Trick could always come back and say, "You didn't beat me clean. You had to, cheat and everything like that, and blah blah blah," right? Because the whole story is that like Melo can't beat Trick. Like that's kind of the reason why Trick is upset, because as good as Melo is, he has no answer for Trick. Out of all the wrestlers, he can't beat Trick for some reason, and that's the reason why he can't get his mental right. He's off his game, right? So I feel like that's kind of the momentum they're going to bring into the match too, which I think is dope. I think that'll be cool.
I mean, if they do end up doing the DQ thing, it'll be cool to see Trick chasing Carmelo for a little bit.
Yes,
that would be the cool thing, because it's usually been the other way around, but like now they just flipped it. So now the story gets longer because now Trick gets to be the hunter, and then it's like you couldn't beat me, I'm coming for you, and you get Carmelo who's being cringy and heel like going, "Oh, I got to go." Or, or pulling a Christian,
right? Exactly.
Or pulling a Christian, hide in the women's bathroom.
Exactly. And then who knows? Maybe the third match might be what's that? The fight pit.
Yeah,
That
exactly.
fight pit that
Oh,
they use.
yeah, that's right.
You know,
that's
they
right.
might use that just so Melo doesn't get away.
So I think the next one they have is the American Bash, right? After this one,
Oh, Battleground.
Battleground. Okay,
Battleground. Okay, yeah.
That's the one gonna have in Vegas at the UFC Apex Stadium.
Oh Jesus. Okay.
Mm.
So that's exciting.
And I also think this match sets the tone for Mania.
Yeah.
That makes absolute sense.
Yeah.
Because can we say, was it kind of similar to that when it was Shawn Michaels and Diesel at the time? Because they didn't have their Mania to what? WrestleMania.
They had
11.
WrestleMania 11. They had 11.
That was the only time they faced each other. But prior to that,
Yeah.
they had feuds like SummerSlam or like Survivor Series. But
They kind of had like, remember they were two dudes with attitude.
Yeah.
And while they were tag team, they were having beef with each other, and then they just walked off at Survivor Series that year, and then that leads to HBK winning that Rumble, going to Mania.
There we go. Yes.
You know, and then starts that beef.
No, you got it, brother. Hell yeah, shit.
My head hurt. My head hurt for thinking way back for that.
By the way, I'm gonna make this prediction right now, and y'all be mad if you want. I predict in 2 months, Keith Lee's back in WWE.
Yes,
I
believe.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, overall, mentally, health wise, he was better in WWE.
Yeah, he was. I mean, I hate to say
if you
it
listen
that
to
way.
anything that CM Punk was talking about in the interview, they had people health wise helping him in WWE, and that's you can say anything bad you want about WWE. When it comes to health, they have people. And they ain't fucking around with no health problems, you know.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, and honestly, I've been worried about Keith Lee being on the road recently because we've been having because he had 2 health scares that's kept him off the shelf for about and that's concerning.
You know what, Justin, you brought that up. It makes sense because he even put it on the comment. Remember that time that he was supposed? I think it was Worlds Collide. He was supposed to be a part of something or I think after, and he never did. And then he even made it on social media saying, you didn't know I was injured since this time. Why, so that kind of makes sense of it. Okay, I get
it. Yeah. I mean, but if you look at him, even when he was teaming with Swerve, there was something that just didn't seem like he had that energy. You know, like he just seemed off a little bit.
Yeah, and so like I said, I mean, we know he's got some health stuff, and it's not like some congenitive stuff that he's been dealing with. So I mean, so there is that's my concern. Like the AEW, WWE, I just want him to get like mental health he has, and unfortunately for AEW, WWE has the most top notch you can get. Period.
Yes.
So,
yes.
Oh man! All right.
And then they made him look like Simon Phoenix.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh my It did.
But I will say
they made my man. They gave him the Cisco cut. They gave him the Cisco cut with the blonde.
Oh my god! And then the fucking wizard. What the fuck's the wizard, man? Shit! Oh my god.
Man,
bro, I'm like, y'all complaining about Bearcat. Hold on, wait a minute. They had this guy looking like.
You know what? I think Bearcat was better than that fucking wizard, man. Fuck that shit. Like,
everybody knows the wizard.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Wizard was Kevin Nash's character back in the day.
Right.
Kevin Nash.
I don't know.
Right.
Yeah. Right. I don't know what Keith Lee had the mind in doing that character. Like, what are you doing? Like, what? Why would you do that? Like, no.
I mean, let's face it. Checks are checks sometimes.
Right. Well, I mean, he's getting paid. I mean, what can we say? We can't say no, right? All right, now we're gonna fucking finally get into it. True. Now, keep in mind, folks, I am not gonna keep it how everybody does. Say night 1, night 2. What's card? I am mixing this shit up. We're gonna go through it as much as we can, and I'm saving the best ones for last.
Let's go.
Oh, he said he said it's the magic word.
Let's fucking go.
Yo, you said the magic word. It's Matt Hardy. You already know what time it is. Wonderful. I'm predicting WrestleMania. It is wonderful. That's why I love you. What? Prediction, all right? Relax.
What?
Brother Austin, is it
What?
I know what I said already. Damn it, enough.
What?
You
son of a bitch.
Yay. We're gonna do this as much as we can do it.
Okay,
man. All right, let's get out of this one because I mean, these were added just recently. We got Dragon Lee, Rey Mysterio versus Santos Escobar, Dominic Mysterio. We have the Pride, which I don't know why they call themselves that, versus the Final Testament, which I like that name more better. And sorry, I'm a big Carrion is my friend. Love him. Very good guy. Humble as hell. AOP. I'll just get mine out of the way, and then you guys could take it away from that. Me, I got Escobar and Dom winning here. I see Dom get the pin, and I think that something. I think Dragon Lee's on a turn, or Carlito's on a turn here. Carlito goes. Who knows? Maybe it could be the case. I don't know where they're going with this direction. That's what I'm curious. And the other one, I got Final Testament.
Right.
Give fucking Karrion and AOP a win. For me, it's a great faction. I think you now, after them winning, push him away from this storyline and have him go after, which we'll get into the tag team titles, but I just want him to go after something else and get him away from this story. It's been going too long already. It's done. I think it should end here and end it. That's it. And maybe Bobby will say, I want to break this group. You guys are failures, telling the Street Profits. I don't know. Unless they go full on heel and join alongside with them. I have no idea. But man, J-Man, who do you got, brother? I'm both, man.
You know, of course, on GETCHO, we always ride with Dom. You know, so anything that Dom is, he's always going to win. The only thing I was like, I feel sad because they had such a good build with him and his dad, and that to revisit it again in this tag team form, it's kind of like, how could you have nothing to do with Dom? Like he had a great match with Gunther. They could have put him in a bigger, I don't know, spot, but I'm gonna go with Dom on this one. I'm glad that they get to showcase, you know, Dragon Lee and Santos Escobar. So shout out for them. The Pride and those guys. I like Bobby Lashley. I don't really like this storyline too. I'm gonna go with like what you said, but I feel like Montez Ford out of anybody here deserves more.
You know what? You're right. I think he does deserve more, and he has the potential. He has everything for it. I don't know why they haven't pushed in that direction. That's where I'm at with it. I don't know. I just feel they have a lot, and they have the character. I think they could, both could do a lot. So I just wish they could see that, and hopefully, I'm hoping after Mania we find new chapters now with all of these 8 men right here. So hopefully we can find something different. Oh, you open a beer? Is that what you open, or you open a Pepsi?
Oh, that's a beer.
No, that's right, because it's Thursday. It's Friday. It's your I got one with you for it. Yeah, what? You want to crack a beer? What? Oh shit!
What?
What?
Just an old school IPA, kids. Just the old school.
What? I heard another beer.
What?
3 beer.
What?
4. What? All right, you got me there.
Okay.
Pepsi, Phil, take it away on these two.
I know they came in last. The only thing I'll say about it is I think Dom pins his dad. I think that's the finish. And here's the weird part though. I think he wins clean. I think it'll be. I think Santos and Dragon will have their little scuffle, and there'll be like a little bit of a scrum outside the ring. But I think Dom's gonna be. I think Dom is so hated right now. If you want to keep building that, because it has plateaued a little bit, if you want to build it right now, have him beat his dad, period. And then let him brag about it afterwards. I mean, granted, even if he won by a cheat, it still would brag. But I think having him beat his dad in the middle of the ring, relatively clean, goes a long way to going. Now they really hate that dude. which is what I would do.
Well, that's the point you wanted. You want him to be on asses on seats. Might as well.
Now, for the Pride and AOP and the Last Judgment Day, I mean, whatever they call
Final Testament.
Thank you. So I like their look. The problem is that giving them a WrestleMania match seems what the fuck.
I sometimes I kind of remember like Carlito was happy. I thought he was going to be the one coming in, and then when Rey Mysterio announced, "Well, Dragon Lee is a member," you saw Carlito's face. He was like, "What the fuck? Like, really?"
But
like, he busted a corner.
Who the fuck is that guy?
That's what he busted right there.
But no, but this one, but with the Pride and Last Judgment, or whatever they call it. I'm sorry, Final Destination. I mean, what?
No. Call him Final Destination. Call him Final Destination.
The problem is that
I love it.
They have not been around long enough for me to think they're worthy of a tag match. But like to your point earlier, it is really good. Montez Ford gets a WrestleMania platform.
Yes,
like I am very excited for that. No offense to Dawkins, who's also fucking great, but to me, he feels like a tag team specialist, like kind of like a Devon. Like you could try to make him a singles, but it's just not going to really take.
Yeah.
And that's not an insult to the man, not a disrespecting of his talent, but I haven't seen anything from him to show me he could be individual. Montez, on the other hand, that dude looks like he's ready to go single anytime. And I mean, let's face it, Bobby Lashley as a mentor you can get much worse mentors than Bobby Lashley. So, obviously I'm picking the Pride to win this one up.
Okay. That's who you picked. Okay. I like that. Let's see. But so we're talking about Dragon Legend. That's what we're talking about. Thank you so much for tuning in on Twitter. I want to send everybody to come to King Cuerno. Oh my God, that's awesome.
Oh yes.
Hell yeah, Temple.
I don't know, man. They might do that because I was thinking it was not possible, but when they started calling Ricochet or quote unquote alluding to Puma,
yes.
I mean, it's possible they may start bringing in old gimmicks that got them the job in the first place.
That is right. That is right. All right. Whoa, Lord mercy. 6-pack challenge here. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6-pack challenge for the tag team championships. Keep in mind they announced it on Raw that either the match will continue if one split of titles are removed, the other one until it's all completed. So we might see a split here. So, man, whoever wants to take it away, go ahead, take it away. I can't wait to hear it. Go for it.
Go ahead, Phil.
I'm calling this the Animal Crackers match. It's just everyone's in this motherfucker. Do not get me wrong. It's not that none of these guys are great, because they are. All of them great. All of them. But I'm sitting here going, how many tag teams can you put in the match? Good Lord.
Right.
I mean, I'm sitting here going, I don't know how they're going to track all of this. And don't get me wrong, if I had to pick the team I least want in this, and this is hard for me to say, but it's the New Day. Because here's the thing. New Day got like 17,000 championships right now. God damn. They have plateaued, not that they plateaued, but they have reached a level right now where they don't need belts. Like that rivalry with the Usos was so legendary that honestly, at this point, giving them a belt feels very anticlimactic to me.
Right. They're made. They're like one of the few tag teams that don't need nothing.
Exactly. They just show up and it's like, oh, it's going to be a banger.
Yeah, right. Like they're still going to get the same reaction if they lose or not. People going to be like, yeah, you know.
It's main event with the New Day? Sweet, I'm there. Shit.
Right.
Awesome Truth, almost the same story. They have a mythos about them that says that they're great, but the Regeneration X storyline makes it work. makes it worth it. And honestly, if it means R-Truth gets a belt one more time before he officially retires, I'm okay with it.
Same.
I mean, I feel bad for British Strong Style guys because they're the ones I know they're not winning, but I love British Strong Style. Like, can you let them get a belt, please? They deserve
The thing is, those two guys are like probably talking to each other like, yo, we made it. We're in a WrestleMania spot. You know, like of all the shit that they've been through. I mean, these guys went through shit. 205 live. You know what I'm saying? UK NXT, like not wrestling during the pandemic at all. You know what I'm saying? Like my name been changed twice. You know, like,
I mean, what I will say,
Tyler Bate lost his partner. You know, like they've had their own story going on, but for them to be in this, I really think they're just happy to be in this spot because they could have been back in the catering. You know. I'm with you. Not to cut you off. My bad. Not to cut you off.
No. Good. What I will say is Grayson Waller and Austin Theory. There is a perverse side of me that wants them to win.
They're entertaining. They're douche bros.
Can you imagine how obnoxious they would be if they had a belt? Like it would be amazing to see them reach a whole new level of douche with them belts around their waist. But first of all, but I will say this though, I do not think Judgment Day retains these belts. I do think it gets split up.
No. I
would want to say in my dream scenario, Grayson Waller and Austin Theory wins one half of the unified belts. Argument wise,
you said that shit?
Austin.
I cannot believe this shit.
But if you look at them too, they have been consistently great to put on camera. Like that is the thing.
I was just gonna say that.
And so having them like bring the belts up would be really funny and enjoyable. Okay. And the other belt, I would probably give it to. I'd give it to Awesome Truth, but that's only because I want R-Truth to have another belt. Like as much like I don't think. I mean, I'll say fans do, but I don't think people know the road that man took to get here. The roads he traveled, the championship he has. The level, I mean, you want to talk about the most decorated champion in wrestling. It ain't Brock Lesnar. It's R-Truth if you think about it. I mean, even if you take away I believe his 65 runs as a 24/7 champion, he still had a very large pedigree of belts under his waist. And let's face it, the man has not lost a step yet. And if you want to, and add to that, Miz, if you want a dark horse who I did not predict would be so great as a wrestler, and I still go back to him versus Gunther. That him versus Gunther match was amazing. First of all, I literally want Temple Lord to explain what they do British wrestlers on this show. Because I ain't gonna lie to you, they mad.
The Republic. They be Star Wars shit.
They be mad disrespectful to British wrestlers pretty hard in WWE as well.
Temple, I know you're like shout out to you, Temple, because you're you are in the UK watching this. Look, man, I ain't hating on it. I'm just saying that the name itself, the Catch Republic, it took me a while to get an understanding. So I get it, but still. I'd rather see British Strong Style messes me.
I love the new Catch Republic because, truth be told, it reminds me of an old school New Japan Pro Wrestling name. So,
That's the question.
But those who I think win, I don't think Judgment Day retains, but I want Awesome Truth and Austin Theory and Grayson Waller win the belts.
Okay,
I think it would be perhaps.
No, I agree.
Yeah. So, and I will free admit, Awesome Truth is a sympathy vote because again, I love Truth, and literally his run with the Judgment Day was probably the most inspired shit I have seen.
Man.
When he did that
I wish they played that out more.
When he did Live, Laugh, Love with the Judgment Day, I was like, what the fuck? Or he showed up at the wrong stadium for the Australian pay-per-view. Yeah, he was in Austria forgetting to go to Australia. We talk about storytelling.
When he photoshopped the baby picture and put him in there.
Yeah. Here's my thing. We talk about storytelling.
I love that shit. That shit was awesome when he did this.
We talk about storytelling. R-Truth does it by himself. At times, he don't even need someone to be there. They just literally, it's like, I'm gonna carry this storyline by myself. Shit.
I think
Exactly.
So
and just to go on to what you're saying, it's like I agree with the people that you pick to win. Like I actually wouldn't mind if they do it like this, where like, yeah, same thing. Awesome Truth wins. And it's funny, like Miz gonna go grab the title and one of the wrestlers push him off, just like how Matt Cardona pushed him off getting the IC title. Then R-Truth pushed that dude same off, and R-Truth gets the title. And he's like, Miz, we got it. And then Miz is like, wait, the other belts. And somebody else grabs the other belt, and that's how they probably separate the two.
So because if you think about, oh sorry, go ahead. My bad. My bad.
No. And I like Theory and Waller winning because out of the other wrestlers, they are the most camera ready. They have already developed characters, and as you know, like they're good on the mic, right? They're not gonna they're not gonna have some pipe bomb promo or anything like that. But as far as like being heels, they're good on the mic. They also kind of remind me of La Resistance too. And La Resistance was funny. So I thought that they may not be in this match. Is it confirmed that Walls and Theory are in this match?
I think it was something that happened during Raw. They got to put on.
I saw it.
I heard some.
They're on. They're not going nowhere. So they're on. So they're on. They're staying.
Okay, because I heard some X-Files type conspiracy theory. Like there's a room for another tag team to come in.
Where would they go?
Some people are thinking that's Motor City Machine Guns. Some people think that's Motor City Machine Guns because they're not signed anymore.
Can you imagine?
I said that on Tuesday. I said that surprise guest. Let's say if that does happen, that Waller and Theory does not be a part of it, and let's say we got a surprise one. We hear Motor City Machine Guns be taking over. Oh my! I will lose my shit if that does happen.
That would be insane. That would be insane. And
I'd be really happy.
It'd be cool because that's the one place they haven't been yet.
I'd be happy for him, honestly. I'd be happy for him.
Same.
So,
everything that Phil said, I'm on. So,
man, look,
man?
I'm with you guys. Was the Raw one going to Awesome and Truth? Awesome Truth, why not? Let them have him. Let them have it because. But the way how I see it, that the belt somehow will fall, and R-Truth like, what the fuck? I got it. Hey, I got
that would be amazing. That would be fucking amazing.
That fucking tells you that he's
here's the deal. Can you imagine if Awesome Truth wins it that way, and Shawn Michaels and Triple H go, what the fuck just happened here?
Exactly. But remember the entertainment side, because remember how they won that spot when they beat Indus Shore, like out of nowhere, it's like, you pinned him. I did? Oh, I pinned him. He can do the same shit, like. Let's say that the belt's like on the tip of the edge. Somehow they figure it out. And then let's say like one of the either Damien or Finn hits the fucking belt and it drops and then he grabs it. What? Oh, hey, we got the title. Hey. And then
I guess the question happens is what happens to Regeneration X at that point?
True.
As much as I choose I know Temple's gonna give me shit. I love, the rest of the teams that are in this.
Mm-hmm.
But I think DIY deserves to have the SmackDown ones because they did a great job individually at TakeOver. They didn't do shit with them on the main roster as individuals. You brought them back together for a reason. Might as well fucking give them the SmackDown tag team titles
and
have them go to
change
SmackDown.
their name back to DIY, please. Like
yes. I am with you on that. Might as well let them have it that way.
Yeah,
and it'll be funny because then we'll see R-Truth DX. You got the titles, we got the titles. Let's do it and celebrate.
Yeah, my favorite part is that my joke I love making is y'all said y'all never see Triple H wrestle again. Look what happened.
Exactly.
I don't know how that idea came about, but whoever thought about it is a genius.
I probably R-Truth.
Do you know that they do that? I don't know if you guys know they do that. You know how when you go to basketball games, they have crowds doing stuff like the kiss cam.
Mm-hmm.
So they have that, but it's for the G Generation X crotch chop. Have you seen that? Okay. So they go around the arena and just watch people do the crotch chop. Like we're in 2024 where you're telling people, yeah, suck it, let's see it. It's like, oh, okay, all right, we made it this far, y'all.
I mean, if you think about it, from 1994, the two gestures is "suck it" and "too sweet,"
right?
That are still getting used.
Right. Like
even though we're talking mainstream folks, I forget which baseball player pulled that move recently, but even a Major League Baseball player pulled the "too sweet."
Of course, yeah. I think I've seen it in NFL a couple times. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm looking forward to how this is going to end. That's for sure. I'm excited for that one.
How long do you think this match is, too? By the way, before we go to the next one, do you think this is going to be?
I think
30,
honestly,
25?
I would say I'm looking at the card because that one's night one. Mm-hmm. So by the looks of it on this one, it's only 7 matches in the first one. So this one. So they're going to start at 4 o'clock, right? So they start at 4 o'clock. I mean, my time. Your guys' time, 7 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Central. So they're going to start from that time. So I'm assuming it should be about 20 minutes, 25 the most, because I think these guys, all of them, are going to do somehow a Mania moment because this is a 6-man pack tag team matchup. So, fuck, they're going to have to do something high flying. Oh, my God, when this ladder's involved, something has to happen there between all of them. So I feel maybe this could be one of the longest ones. I feel this could be the long one.
We all know what match is going to be the longest one. So everybody is going to have at least 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
With entrances, too.
I think this is a 20, 25 minutes.
Prance around when that song comes. You better run to the.
See, I like what Tipper just said right now, too. He's like, R-Truth, the Gargano on top of the ladders. R-Truth gets the Raw, and Shawn Michaels and K. Gargano getting the SmackDown.
I mean, if we get Regeneration X winning both belts, that would be amazing.
Oh, my God, it would be so amazing.
That would be dope.
That would be dope. All right, we got the 6-women's tag team matchup, the debut of the Thunder. Thunder.
This is too much. Man. This is too much.
Oh, look, I'm going to say it right away. For me,
respectfully,
Nagamania running wild, all right? Nagamania running wild, all right? I'm saying that, ladies, I know you're listening to too, but you know we're saying it respectfully because there's going to be booty, rocking.
Man, bodies, you know what I'm saying?
My body's telling me no. But my body's telling me yeah.
All right.
9 o'clock, all alone. So anxious.
I love it. No, because then it's gonna get filled. And he's here for the watch. He's gonna get more like I said, he's $3.99, baby. Yes, sir. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Come on. This I gotta get you that win to get the ladies.
Oh, sorry. I was actually thinking about this match because this has a lot.
Me too.
This has a lot of elements that I think people are underestimating.
Mhm.
I'll get mine out of the way. Cargo's gonna win. Gonna get the pin. Who's gonna get the pin? A question. I feel it's gonna be either Dakota Kai or Kairi Sane. I don't see Oscar yet. I think they're gonna give Jay Cargo Oscar a matchup. I would like to see that as a one-on-one. That'll be something that I'm really looking forward to seeing. And there's a what if to this. I mean, can we see what Jade be like? Move, bitch! I got the win. Give me the telling Bianca and Naomi, get out of my way. I got the win. Not you girls. I did. Let them raise my hand. Controversial heel, type of middle girl, either be a face or a heel. I don't know. But the good thing is that we're finally going to see Jade performing. And we're going to see her now having, we could say literally this is an in-ring debut in the tag team matchup. So that's good for her to have that. Not as a singles, but at least in a 6-woman tag match. Cool. Yeah. I'm excited. I'm excited for her entrance. How they're going to do it. I hope they're going to do some kind of a thunder shit close to like The Rock, how he has his. We'll see. But I'm excited for her. Glad to see. I'm glad to see it. I think people are going to be chanting, the old school AEW for the baddest bitch right here on the planet. So we might see that. But yeah, I see them winning. Should be an interesting matchup. But who's at the pin? I either be Dakota or Kairi. I don't see Oscar taking the pin. I see either Dakota or Kairi taking the pin, and Jade will be the one winning that. That's just I feel. So all right. Take it away, my brothers. Whoever wants to go next, take it away.
I'll take it. Yeah. First of all, this is a great match because I think.
Wow, you had to say that, Tempo. So you had to say that.
Damn.
I actually think this is actually gonna be a much better match because it's honestly for me, this is Naomi's coming out party. Obviously, Bianca's been here before. It's also Jade's coming out party because remember, Naomi hasn't really had the best pushes in the past, and so I'm definitely happy that she's gonna be there. This Dakota Kai is the Dakota Kai from NXT.
Yes.
This is not the Dakota that's been in Damage Control. This is NXT. Like technically, if you want, you could probably say she's the new leader of Damage Control right now. People might say Asuka, but it's actually Dakota Kai.
She's the one with the word of mouth.
which is the part I love because it's good that she's stepping up because I do like her when she's in that step up role like that. Obviously, all three of these people all of them can wrestle. It'll be good seeing Jade and see what kind of new system they put her under and what her new moveset is. I think you're right. I do think Jade beats Io, which sets up them having either a follow-up match or a rivalry for the championship. I think it's going to be her. I think Jade takes the pin. I think Jade is the one. I think that this friendship that they have does not last long.
Yeah, it's gonna be a short time because she's gonna be on her own. Like, I'm
I think it honestly. I think it ends at. I think it actually goes. I think the friction starts at Mania. Like I think, like you said, I think there's some kind of weird. There's a miscommunication or something where they win, but Jade kind of like stepped on someone's fingers to get the belt. So it should be good to see it. So it should be good to actually see how that goes. That's pretty much about it.
This is not a tag match. This is just a match. It's not for the titles, right?
No, it's just
no.
It's a match, right?
No, it's just a regular 6-woman.
Right. Six woman match. Okay. Yeah. So for me, I do see that Naomi's team is probably going to win, just because like they want to carry that momentum and everything like that. It's just like I'm scared for Dakota Kai and Kairi because Jade and Bianca are going to have a smash contest. Pause. They're going to have a smash contest to destroy the littlest, tiniest person. You know what I'm saying? So as we know, Dakota Kai has bad bones. You know, And as we know, Kyrie Sane is still having trauma from what Nia Jax did to her. You know, like got scared about how physical they're gonna get with them. But strange enough, I do think that a turn is gonna happen, but I think it's gonna happen on the Monday night or the SmackDown after Mania.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
Hold on something. Temple said that this is Destiny's Child. I think this is Blackpink versus AEW. And she had to switch up her girls a couple times, just like three of them.
Well, at least we didn't get TLC on this one, so that's the whole
story. SWV.
You know, I'm old school, baby. I told you. I told you when I was here.
They need
too proud to beg. Ain't too proud to beg, man.
Ain't right. Ain't too
proud to beg.
Waterfalls, baby.
Waterfalls. Come on.
Yeah,
Crazy,
Waterfall,
sexy,
baby.
cool. Yeah, that dude. Those albums, man. Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, we can't go wrong with those, man. See,
What about your friends? Come on. Come on. Fan mail? Fan mail was a hit. Side note,
don't forget about her story.
Should have been the first billionaire girl group. If Pebbles didn't take all that money from them. They could have been the first billionaire girl group.
Yep. I agree with that.
Because they were way over than Destiny's Child. Way over.
They were way bit over. Oh my
way
God.
over.
Way over. Way over.
Way over.
Fuck yeah, they were way over. Hell yeah. That's
and TLC, each of them were talented. No, nothing against Michelle and the other two, Beyonce and all that, but TLC equally was talented.
Yep.
All right.
Oh,
all right.
Okay.
AJ and let me talk to you a bit. Yes. That's right. I'm just getting my shit on the way. Me, it's very simple. I said it on Tuesday. I told Lily, AJ Styles going to put him over. But my God, AJ Styles got fucking butt. Looks like
yes.
And like, man, he's pulled up. Kudos to him. I hope he has a future, and I think Papa H will give him that future. Like, come on, man.
Oh yeah,
you're gonna be a part of the production team. Don't even worry about it. If Billy is able to do it, why the fuck he can't? So I know that AJ will fucking be like, hell yeah, why not? Let me be part of the production team. AJ is over LA Knight. It would make him to be something, and I feel that it's just LA Knight's chance, an opportunity. I can't wait to hear the whole crowd, saying, let me talk to you, saying, yeah. It's gonna be crazy just seeing that Philadelphia fucking crowd going crazy for this one. And,
okay, I got a breaking report when you get a chance.
Oh, breaking report! What's breaking news? Breaking news is one.
So there was a media call for the Ring Supercard of Honor, and Tony did address why the boys was cut.
What do you say?
Motherfuckers didn't show up for work a couple of times.
Oh, you fucking man!
They didn't show up.
They didn't show up. I know Tony Khan told them.
I got the shakes that'll make you quake. I got the fries that'll cross your eyes. I got the burgers that'll. I just got burgers.
I'm pretty sure he told him that in the catering. That's what I got, man. I mean, I don't know.
But apparently, according to the media call, they just did on more than one occasion. They didn't show up for work.
Oh man,
I kind of believe it.
I believe it now too. I believe that. Then they probably want it out. Then that's the case. But,
I mean, there's better ways to get fired from a place.
True.
You're absolutely right about that. But I got LA Knight, baby. This is gonna be a good matchup. Great storytelling by far. And I know people want LA Knight to get involved in this U.S. title. Maybe he'll get it down the line, which we'll get into the U.S. title after this because I feel like it connects to it. I think LA will get that shot, whoever wins that triple threat match. And I think down the line, he'll get his momentum. Now that it's in Cleveland, Ohio at SummerSlam, he might get it there. But I'd say LA Knight, will win this one. And it's going to be a great storytelling matchup. I tell you that. We might see Tamatanga here too. You never know. I don't know. There's so much things that could happen here.
Okay.
But like, come on, man. Come on, AJ. Old time sakes. You never know. But I got Hell A Night, baby. Let me talk to you, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whoever's next, take it away, my familia.
Okay.
Go ahead, Phil.
Okay. I may have to bounce after this one just because I think it's about that time for me.
No, hold on. We're almost there.
Okay.
Okay.
On this one, I got to say shout out to AJ for the gift he's giving LA Knight right now. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean in the fact that like they say, AJ is above the clouds right now.
Yes.
Basically, like again, he's one of them dudes that don't need a belt anymore. I mean, it'd be nice if he got one, but he doesn't need it anymore. Right now, the fact that he's transitioning into kind of like a semi-champion run guy and helping people get over. I think for LA Knight, which truth be told, he honestly should be going for either a US title or going against Gunther, in my opinion. But this is a great step up for him because beating AJ Styles basically puts him on a higher level. Not exactly a weird, not exactly like a championship level, but definitely makes him belt ready for something.
Yes.
Maybe he doesn't get it at this one or the next one, but maybe he gets it, like you said, at SummerSlam since it is in his hometown of Cleveland. So, yeah, like I said, I do have LA Knight as the winner, as the winner of this one. But it'll be relatively clean, so to speak, on this one.
I see what you're saying. Because for me, like, yeah, AJ Styles is in that like 02, 06 Shawn Michaels role where he's just like happy to be here. I'm gonna put some guys over. He could be the guy if you want him to, but right now he's kind of getting eased back into the situation. So for me, like, he doesn't need the win, but I do feel LA Knight's not gonna get he's gonna get a semi-clean win. Like maybe, AJ will like get caught with the ref and then get a roll pin or some shit like that, or whatever like that. It's not going to be a huge like clean victory. AJ though, he be getting like some sensu beans in his body, some swallows. But yeah, that's the wave I feel, because I mean, AJ Styles sent Undertaker in that good ass match, so he's already made man. He don't need nothing no more. Come on, when Undertaker says, "Hey, you're gonna be my last match," does he really need a title? So
that's for sure. All right, don't worry, Phil. The other the main event, I'm combining them together so we get into quick. So don't worry about that. All right, triple threat. I'm gonna say it right now, very quick. Logan Paul. I don't give a fuck what he says. It puts asses on seats. I'm sorry, unfortunately.
God.
And I see Logan Paul and LA Knight. There'll be a great combo, great promotion, great storytelling, because they both can fucking tell each other the mic. So that'd be a great direction for SummerSlam. The question is, who takes the pin? Kevin Owens takes the pin, and then we'll see from there. I got Logan Paul with. That's what I got. Who take it away?
Yeah, I kind of feel like maybe there's gonna be some weird shenanigans in this match, and Logan Paul still has to win just for reasons. So I agree. As much as I don't want to, like, see that happen.
Me too. I don't want it, but
but like, kind of like what Phil's been saying. The U.S. title is below Owens and Randy Orton, so
yeah,
maybe. I mean, no, definitely that. I agree with you. Yeah, like I said, I think he gets it, loses it at SummerSlam to LA Knight. So,
okay.
And again, we still have the same thing. The only thing I'm hoping is that being in the ring with, because it didn't happen with Kevin, but maybe being in the ring with Kevin and Randy, he'll be a better storyteller in his matches.
Yeah. Like all the negatives are going to be hidden, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Because I mean, fuck, his Kevin Owens match. I'm sitting there going, Kevin Owens carried that match like he was carrying a bucket of water. God damn.
Right.
And honestly, that
It's
man,
true.
Kevin had a broken
true.
foot during that match and still made that match like Brock Lesnar used to say, made chicken salad out of chicken shit.
Chicken shit, yeah.
So
Chicken shit.
And it's so crazy because everyone's like, "Oh, he had a good match with Roman." I was like, "Okay, that's one thing." But when he gets in the ring with the no offense to Roman, but with the real psychology wrestler, then we'll see. And then it happened. It happened.
But I mean, he does get point for saving Ray from a horrible mishap. So
that's very true.
He's at least smart enough to see.
True.
He's smart enough to see the mechanics of it, which we talked about before. I guess
I know Temple wants this shit, but it's not gonna happen. Face of America, I know you want Kevin Owens, man. I know, but that's like straight Bret Hart moments for me.
Unfortunately, that happened already. Like they did that.
So I mean, it's possible.
But yeah, Logan Paul has a great presence of mind.
It's possible, but I think unfortunately, Logan Paul retains. I think Logan Paul retains until SummerSlam.
Okay,
that's right. And then of course, Bayley, Io Sky. Bayley, she'll finally get her moment. She never had her Mania moment. Out of the 4 horsewomen, it's her turn. Bayley will win. It's gonna be good tour. It's good storytelling. Io is ready in the ring. Do I see someone coming after that? I don't know. I do see Mercedes Moné be on the VIP watching. Yes, my bestie. Yeah. She'll be celebrating right there. I see that happening. So I see Bayley. She's gonna get her moment. That's what I see. I mean, but it's gonna be a good match. I tell you that. I think it's gonna be a good match. I do.
No, I feel like this is gonna be one of the best matches on the card. I feel like in some aspects this might steal the show because I feel like that tag team match is gonna be way booked and way too much dragginess. But like in terms of pure wrestling, I think this is gonna be the one. But as much as I'd like to see Bayley, and I'm a huge fan, but I love Io Sky, so I feel Io Shirai is gonna win this one.
Io Shirai would win, except this is Io Sky.
Oh my God! She should be Io Shirai, damn it, not Io Sky, damn it.
Io Shirai fought Pentagon Jr. Io Shirai fought Pentagon Jr.
Right. This is the right.
Yeah, this one just jumps off the top of cages with trash cans on their head.
With trash cans.
So anyway, but no, this will be a really good match. I think the story people are forgetting that I think people need to pay attention to is these are best friends. Remember, Bayley brought Io Sky to Damage Control, and at one point the struggle was Io was her best friend, and now they're like at odds. So they're playing that up a little bit, but I think they need to play that up a little bit more. I think for some reason the story is now, like you said, this is Bayley's time. And I think that's the story that's taken over. But the one I want them to really press upon is the fact that at one point Io was under Bayley as kind of like basically kind of like a teacher or best friend, kind of little sister kind of mode. Right. And I think that's the story they're going to tell in the ring. At least I hope that's the story they tell in the ring.
You had to go to New Japan Stardom style, Temple. I see
that. Like I said, don't get me wrong, I love Io with all my heart, and it is hard. Yeah, it is hard to pick between the both of these.
It is.
The only reason I am taking it away from Io is not because on top of the fact it's Bayley's time, and I hate to say this, but her championship run outside of her work with Damage Control has been non-eventful.
I know.
Like it hasn't really been a big run. And they gave her a faction, which was a good idea, but truth be told, it hasn't been like noteworthy in regards to matches or rivalries, in my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and I think this is the most noticeable and most like noteworthy match of her entire run. And how long has she had that belt? A year now?
Hey, but at least she had it for a year. I'm happy for her that she at least had
Yeah,
it.
I am too. I am too. But honestly, I feel like once again, she's an Asian wrestler where English is not her dominant language, and so they did not really give her anything. I mean,
but respectfully, damn, that's what I do.
Well, I mean, like I said, for me, for me, it's still, I want to see what they can do.
Be careful when I say my words.
Like I said, I still want to see what she can do. For me, it's like she's a wrestler.
No, I agree with Phil. I agree with Phil because her losing this title could start up another persona that we need to see, like a chaser, kind of like what she was like. Remember the evil of the sky, where she changed her whole gimmick. If we get that back, if that's what happens after this, when she loses, I'll be all for that because I love that ring gear.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, me too. Fuck yeah.
Right.
Because now she's already starting to go that route because she's wearing the baggy pants and the dark baggy outfit look that she used to come with. So I'm kind of hoping that's where she ends up going. So it's like I said. I mean,
and I know that Bailey wants Paramore for her entrance. Yeah. I can see that. But I'm just saying, I want Eve and the Rough Riders for EOS. I would love if that happened. If we get that, that'd be so badass. You know, if EO came with Eve and the Rough Riders on those bikes, boy, like you know how they did John Cena with the Mustang in the street.
Oh my God!
With all them bikes.
See, the problem I have is, and this is where it gets a little debate. It was really nice having EO as champion, like just the picture of EO with the belt, like just an Asian woman having a belt. It was really nice. Like I was genuinely enjoying it. And just because it's just a championship, it's like a person winning a championship for WWE who does not usually win. And someone who genuinely deserves it. Yeah, especially someone who deserves it too. EO did deserve the belt. They just I'm just pissed because they never gave her anything, in my opinion.
True.
Like, yeah, she had a few matches, but they weren't rivalries. They weren't they didn't. It wasn't like a Flair Rick Dragon Steamboat match.
Right.
It wasn't on that level, like that level of rivalry. So it just like I said, I just wish they had done more with her. But you know what? She got a belt and she had it for a year. And she got to run with the biggest faction, one of the hardest factions in WWE. So shit. I mean, it could be worse. Shit. So she's still good.
You're right. What could be worse was what's gonna happen with this one. So that's the one. Rocky 3. I've been saying it. Fucking Rocky 3. Right here. You got Clubber versus fucking Rocky Balboa. I don't give a damn what anybody says.
Clubber Lane.
Clubber Lane versus Rocky Balboa here. You have Creed as Chad Gable to be the fucking trainer for this one. So I'll go. Look, Sammy's gonna win this one. I think it's gonna be the emotional story, great storytelling. He's gonna have now a great momentum to a Mania moment for him to win an actual singles belt. I can't consider his Incognito as a heel was the best. He had a great storyline with the Bloodline, great match in the Chamber, which great storytelling for me of the year 2024. Pepsi, I talked about that at the beginning of the year of the storylines. We gave our top ones, but this one for me, I think Sammy do Chad turn. I don't know. May it happen here or at Mania. We'll see. But I see Sammy dethroning Gunther and then Gunther going after the main championship. That's right. Let's see. Ivan versus Creed. Why, Lenny? Why? I am not going that.
I was thinking Rocky 4 as well. Like
combine it together too.
Ivan Drago versus Rocky is what I see.
Well, but the storytelling heading into that is but I get you.
Well, I mean, the fact that they had Chad Gable teach him somebody who Sammy beat, it does combine 2 and 3 where Clubber Lang got knocked out. But honestly, it really is the unstoppable force of Ivan Drago or Gunther in this case against the man.
Immovable object. Oh my gosh,
but the man with gumption and heart who has to fight who may not be the biggest, but definitely the biggest heart in the fight. So that's what I'm seeing. Obviously, I think Sam is going to win. I think this run will be much better than his heel run because I think he will have fun with it. And I think he will do everything he can to kind of be one of those guys that go, he'll be one of those quote unquote fighting champions, as to speak. So I don't know if he'll have some big rivalries, but I think I think he'll make it fun. Which is I think they definitely need with this belt because Gunther has like had a stranglehold and it was great, but Sammy's got a different energy, and I think that's what the belt needs right now.
I feel you. You know what's funny? I feel like they might put it on Sammy just to pay him off for all the stuff that he's done, right? Like what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
But that part aside, like, you know, I really don't care who wins or loses here because I know this is going to be a good match. But metaphorically, everyone's saying Rocky and everything, right? But to me, I see Karate Kid. Okay, this is Johnny Lawrence, right? You know what I'm saying? Daniel LaRusso, Sami Zayn, because that montage with Chad Gable mentoring Sami Zayn, that was Mr. Miyagi, man. And Sami Zayn's whole thing about him,
I should have got
fighting for him, like, you know, like remember that song in Karate Kid? I am the man who will fight for your honor. I'm the hero.
I gotta find that clip again.
That's Karate Kid, dog. You know,
I love. You know what? Because of you now, just I have to fucking go back and watch fucking.
The second one is the best one when he go to Japan.
Yeah,
the second one's the best one. You know what I'm saying? The second, and they fought in that castle during that party, dude. Yeah.
Oh my god, I love it. Yes, Temple. This is a Generico versus Walter PWG. I was there with their matchup. I was there.
You were there at the place? Oh, snap!
I used to go there a lot. Yep, I was even there when I was even there the day that Ken Omega won the belt. I was there when he won it.
Okay.
Was that Battle of LA?
Battle of LA. Battle of LA.
I can't remember. It was an early one. I know that for sure.
The early one. Yep. It was like 2009.
Oh,
yep,
man. Do you remember that? I used to love watching those, me and my homies. And I remember when Tommaso Ciampa would start doing that, I Believe I Could Fly, and everyone started singing.
Yep. That's what it was. Yep. I believe. Yep.
Right.
Oh my god.
Okay.
I gotta. We're almost there. We're almost there.
You're killing me. You're killing me.
We're almost there.
Sorry, that's my bad.
All right. This one I can say right quick. For me, I'm sorry, Becky. As much as you should have your moment, but it's Mommy that needs to have her moment at Mania. So I got Mommy winning this one. I just don't see it. Like you mentioned earlier, Phil, about how they came in Ariel. It's too predictable. I see a trilogy though, but I don't see Mania being Becky's moment. I think she's gonna lose and put over Mommy to have her moment. Is she gonna give her a good match? She will. Will she give her a good story? Yes, she will. And I think from here, I think Mommy's gonna be on her own after that. I thought Mania, Judgment Day is gonna break up after that. I think that's it. And Dom will be with Legado, part of BLWO heel version. That's what I see. Damien's gonna go on his own and do his own thing. But I feel that Mommy's gonna win here. I think she's gonna take it. It's gonna be a good match. I'll just disappoint. Good storytelling. But I don't think Becky is going to win it here at Mania because it's too obvious. Because it's too really predictable for that. I'd rather keep in mind, this is Papa H's era. No McMahon is involved in this shit. It's all Triple H's era. So I'm saving the grading for Triple H after Mania. Then I'll grade him his quarterly review. And the same goes for Tony Khan after Dynasty because the 3 signings he did, you better make sure you fucking did it right. Because you're going right after like 3 weeks after Mania. You better make sure that everything goes correctly, Tony Khan. But this one so far, I choose Mommy. Retains, good matchup, and Becky's gonna be crying around. Thank you guys, thank you, and then walk away. That's what I feel. I know I'm fucked. I am fucked up. Yes, I know. Sorry, folks, whoever fucking really chose Becky, but I chose mommy because she's my mommy. Respectfully, I want to say that. All right, or respectfully, wife. I know you're watching. I know you.
Go ahead, Phil. What you got?
I got Rhea winning this one. Again, Becky. It's not that I don't think she doesn't need the belt.
You're making it sad. You're making it like, yeah.
Well, the thing with Becky is she is the man. Like she don't need a belt, in my opinion. I mean, if the women's division was a little bit weaker, I'd say give it to Becky because she could actually carry it. But right now, that women's division is strong as fuck. And I think giving it to Becky doesn't really serve a purpose. I mean, other than basically just to kind of like, put her in there, just to put her in there. I think leaving it for Rhea to be basically she's still a newcomer. Still newcomer on the thing, and she still has a bunch of a lot of more rivalries coming up that I think I want to see her go against. Like, I mean, in my opinion, I think if it's not Io, I'm sorry, not Io. Yeah, if it's not Io, Bianca Rhea is definitely a hell of a match that I want to see.
Yep.
Okay.
So that's the thing. Now, is that Jade and Rhea especially was something I want to see. It's not that I don't think Becky could go, but I just think visually and from a cards perspective, that's your moneymaker right there. Rhea is still drawing money and still putting asses in seats, as it were. So not that Becky isn't, but Rhea's doing right now. She's the hot new commodity. I don't see why you want to derail that.
Right. No, I agree. And like what Phil said, I mean, right now in WWE, they're building almost, well, if you count Io, but they're kind of building two dominant Miss WrestleManias right now, Belair and Rhea. Right. And so at some point they're going to have to collide. Right. I still have Rhea winning this. Basically, this match career-wise is kind of giving me the same vibes as Triple H versus John Cena at WrestleMania 22, where it's kind of like John Cena really had to prove that he's ready to make these big matches. This is kind of the same thing because Becky's really, really good at in-ring psychology, and Rhea's getting there, but I think she still needs a learning tool. So I think she's gonna get there after this match. So,
okay.
All right. Then we got so yeet, no yeet, yeet or no yeet. What's gonna be the yeet? Because I don't know what's the yeet. I go with no yeet. I think it's time for Jimmy to get his moment. Might as well give it to him. Do I see Naomi? Temple mentioned in the chat earlier about Naomi getting involved. Maybe Soul's turning heel. I don't mind it. Jimmy been having his momentum. He already had his momentum prior. Especially the Dalton, Castle. He pinned Roman for the first time in how long? He got the win, and he main evented Raw. Why not give it to Jimmy? I think it's his turn. He's the older brother by a few seconds, how they say. Might as well give it to him, and then continue this trilogy, the best out of three, and there you go. Then have the last one, have Rikishi come in. I'll be the referee, and then there you go. If he's not gonna be referee here, might as well have him be referee at SummerSlam. So that's you, Jimmy, fucking winning. And maybe Naomi turned heel. So that's how I feel.
Okay.
Go for it, Pipsu.
I have Jay winning this one. I love Jimmy, but right now he's still got to. If we're gonna break up the bloodline after WrestleMania or a few weeks after, Jimmy being a heel loser goes a long way towards that stereotype. I mean, but truth be told, these two have been selling the shit out of this match for me, and I'm excited. I'm not excited per se, but I'm excited for the sense of seeing what they come up with.
Right.
I'm already excited because it's going to be a banger. Now I'm just curious to see what they do with each other because they know each other really well. So I want to see how they go. Do I think Naomi gets involved? Nah. I think somewhere in there Rikishi shows up. I don't think he helps any of them win, but I think he shows up as maybe a ring announcer or the official bell ringer, that kind of thing.
Okay,
it'd be nice.
No, I got you. I think I'm gonna go with Phil. I still think Jay's gonna win because he hasn't won a big match, and this is considered a big match. Like he lost Hell in a Cell, he lost Tribal Combat, so he needs a win. I know that he's already a made guy, but he does need a win. But I think that he's gonna get fucked up at the end of the match, though. Like I feel Jimmy is gonna fuck him up somehow. Maybe this is where Tamatanga does come out and fucks him up too, just to give a little bit more like some Bloodline has all the muscle leading up to that tag match. Because if you want to like look at the bigger picture, this is how all the Cody Avengers get taken out, right? Like no Jimmy can help him, right? And Seth is already probably going to be in there. He's probably going to get fucked up in the ring too. So it's going to be Cody all by himself.
Now, I saw Temple's quote. That is a really good point about Jimmy winning. They need to win at the moment. I don't think so. He's in this heel mode that doesn't need him to win just yet.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
I don't think he cares too. He's like probably the one guy that doesn't care if he wins or loses.
So I think he's got a different mentality of just. Granted, he wants to beat his brother, but I think I think in this case it's more cinema. They're caring about the story.
That's what he's saying right now. You see what he's saying. That's what he's saying.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see. Like I said, we'll see how it goes. Because remember, this was a match originally proposed by Cody and Dustin that they said no to.
Right.
So
very true. We got two more, and then we'll call it after that.
Okay.
All right. There we go. With Mussolini and Kennedy, because he's gonna be commentating on the match. And Pepsi, not even, but you know, the other Pepsi one. That is Phil Brooks will be commentating. Seth Rollins, and Drew McIntyre. I'm gonna say it right now. We talked about it earlier. I know because we were going to save it for Mania. Might as well give it a fucking Drew. Might as well. Punk fucks it up for Rollins somehow here. I think he's gonna fuck it up for him somehow, some way. And then he's gonna be like, "I'm sorry, that's not my intentions." And Rollins will get pissed. You did it, but you did it because you did all this bullshit. We already know. I just feel that might as well give McIntyre, and he resigns. One thing what caught my eye on this story about him not resigning everything else. I hope they don't hit this direction, but they do. Then you could tell where they got it from. And Drew's and why? Because Drew busts the same shit what Punk has been doing, what he's done prior. Is one of them is what he's gonna do is the day either, let's say he wins the match, he wins the belt, Pop H comes out, let's resign your contract. He walks out, says, "Nope, I ain't signing shit. I'm out. I'm taking the belt." He walks out and busts like a fucking McNugget and fucking Punk got back in Money in the Bank.
Right.
And do that shit and walks out with the belt and say, "Nope, I have this belt. This is mine. This is whatever." And that's the story begins. They're gonna have a new one when Phil's ready. Then let's say at SummerSlam, Phil's ready by SummerSlam. Phil beats Rollins. Then you're gonna have CM Punk and Drew McIntyre. He comes back out with the belt, undisputed World Heavyweight Champion, and there you go. That's what I feel in my head. So take it away, whoever's next.
Justin.
Okay, so my theory is that Seth Rollins doesn't end up in this match. I feel like after the tag team match, Damian Priest is going to cash in because that's the best opportunity for him because Seth Rollins will be at the weakest. Seth Rollins will be at the weakest, right? Getting rock bottom, getting speared, right? So I feel I feel in this match, whenever night this is, probably night 2, it's going to be Damian versus Drew. And I know people don't like the titles going everywhere, but I feel that's when Drew becomes the title. He wins the title.
Okay. I like that idea. I like the idea of Seth Pierce getting cashed in on. And I like the fact that technically Drew doesn't win, Seth does, but he ends up losing the belt anyway. So
right.
I'm gonna agree with. I'm just gonna agree with Justin on this one.
Yeah.
All right. Wait. What did Temple say? I missed it. CM Punk injures his elbow. Another on commentary by jumping up and saying, "What a maneuver!" All right, so we're not doing Dynamite, folks. We're gonna save that for next week because there's a lot of things going on. Because we've almost close at 4 hours. That was being a week.
Damn, this went kind of by. This went fast.
Mm-hmm. And we're combining both because you have the tag match and we're have the night 2. We're combining them both. Here I go. All right, let me start with this shit. All right, let me get myself ready for this one. Oh, because I know there's a lot of shit that could happen. It could be Ficklemania.
Fickle. They're fickle.
It could be that. It could be that. Or
Shucky, ducky, quack, quack.
it could be that. Or it could be...
No. Mm-mm. No. No. Hell no.
It could happen that. Or it could happen with...
I have to finish the story.
So he has to finish the story. I think he's going to have to finish the story. Unless this man said...
You're lying.
Unless he's saying that. I have no idea. But I could tell you, I give credit to Paul Levesque, Papa H, for what he's doing with this story.
Mm-hmm.
He has us now anticipated as a fan to tune in.
Mm-hmm.
And he's done that prior Rumble and other events that he has by far done on his own since he took full control. Yeah. Now grade him how the end of night 2 is. I'll grade him on that. This is going to be tough for me to say. It is tough for me. But there's so many what ifs of this story that even Phil and I and Dom talked about it weeks ago. We talked about it the last couple weeks. I was at a once and for all say. At night 1, Bloodline wins. And night 2, Cody wins. And Cody finishes the story. The Rock. I heard everybody's different story. Even Bully Ray, when he said I busted open, he said, well, I feel that it could be Triple H coming out and turn his back on Cody, pedigrees him. Remember the sledgehammer what you give me? Like on AEW.
Oh my gosh, come on.
Bully
Who
said
said that?
shit.
Busted open?
Bully Ray said that shit.
See, that's why I don't listen to that shit. You know what I'm saying? That's so stupid.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. When I thought about it, I'm like, why would he do that?
They got me really hot.
No. I'm with you. Me too. It got me hot. Like it got me hot. Like I was just explaining the what ifs. For me, it got me hot when he said that. When he said that, I'm like, hell no, that's not gonna happen.
Right.
What the fuck? He can't even. He cannot.
I mean, if that was a joke, fine, okay. If he was joking, okay. But man, nah.
I don't see it because it's I don't see it either because you have to end the story here. Because if this man loses, it's boring. Then that's it. It's done. There's nothing to talk about Cody in the morning. Right. Done. You're absolutely done. You're done. And like, what are you gonna do with him? You're gonna give him the second belt, like the World Heavyweight Championship on Raw? No disrespect to that belt, but that's it. And what? Well, he at least finished his story. That's not a story. No, the story's with this man, with Roman fucking Reigns to end it. That's it. And rumoring windows again, not being here like I know shit. I'm saying opinionators. Of course, Dwayne has to leave after that. Has the movies because they're back up. Everything's fine. Roman has had to do a movie as well too, and he admitted that his leukemia problem is not been going very well. So maybe this is the time that that's it. He drops it and be gone for a while. Okay. And I think that this is Cody's direction now to give it to him. I know people question what's after. Well, you still got after. You got Gunther. You got maybe Drew. You still got Jey Uso. You still got Jimmy. You got Solo. You still got people. Tama Tonga who could probably come out of nowhere. You could probably gonna have to JJ Styles and go after that. There's options of how to build this fucking story with Cody Rhodes winning that belt. And Dustin even said it. Tony, you'll ask Tony confirmation. He's able to be in ringside with his mother. If that's the case, he'll call up Bob H. Hey man, you need me to show me on camera? Go right ahead. You need me to do something? I got the permission. Hell yeah, fucking do it because it makes sense. I have the Anoa family on one side of the ring side and the other side is that. I since since day one when the whole press conference happened, have the family there, and then that's from night one, night two. Have a Noah family look at them and say, okay, and then let's say the Noah says, "Fuck you, Roman." We're going with Dwayne. He's our head of the table. Later on, you're gonna have SummerSlam and fucking Roman and Rock. Then the Civil War, how the Avengers type of style between within the bloodline. This has to end here. I think Cody needs to win. It's 40. This is his time. Give it to him. I'll cry with him because he finally got it. Why the hell not? Roman wins this, then you're still following McNugget's bullshit fucking reigns. He's breaking Hogan's record Saturday. He's breaking Hogan's record again on Sunday. That's it. You don't need nothing else. You got rid of the man that you want to get rid of. That is Hulk Hogan. You got him out of his way. End it here. That's it. Because if you continue the story, Tony, Nick Khan, Papa H, Ariel, Emmanuel, owner of TKO, owner of UFC and WWE, you are not getting no crowd attendance anytime soon again because you build this story for the last 2 years and you give it to him to win again. Goodbye to your ticket sales because that's it. Nobody's gonna show up. That's just my. That's just me.
No,
that's just me. Whoever wants to go next.
Okay, so for me, I feel the tag team match is gonna end like this, and this is I'm gonna go as quick as possible. But like, I feel like towards the end of the match, Roman's gonna try to spear, Roman spears Seth, right? And then he's gonna go try to spear Cody. No, first he's gonna try to spear Cody, dodges it, actually hits the Rock, right? Hits the Rock, right? Cody tries to get him with the crossroads. Rock kills the pin because he's like, "What the fuck, Roman? Why'd you hit me with the spear?" Dodges the little punch that Rock does. Actually hits Cody. Gets speared by Roman. They looking at each other like, "What the fuck?" And then the Bloodline gets the win, right? And then I feel like that's when the whole thing with the cash in happens because Seth Rollins already fucked up. But I feel night 2, Bloodline rules. I still feel like he wins somehow. Because we already made it so hard for him to win that at this point, it's like he has to overcome all that, and then Mama Rhodes gets her due. She gets to spank the Rock,
Okay.
Or spank Roman. Somebody gonna get spanked by Mama Rhodes. So yeah, that's how I think in a nutshell is gonna end. But yeah.
Before you go, Phil, right quick, Lonnie, I know things that you don't know, and I don't say here on the show. Jacob Batu is a close friend of mine. I would know things, but I'm not gonna say it. So I will say one thing right now. No, it's not gonna happen. I will spoil that. So, but other than that, if there's something that I know, I'm not Seltzer. I'm not Alvarez. I'm not none of those fucking assholes. I ain't gonna hear report shit on this network.
I'm sure they'll be there, but they won't be in the match.
Yeah.
Yes.
They'll be there, but they won't be in the match. Yeah.
That I can't confirm. Because
the Rock's mom has a whole first floor to herself.
Mm-hmm.
They always show her in that spot. She's gonna be there with everybody. They're all gonna be there.
And just what type of saying, the Star Wars status for me: Empire Strikes Back, Night 1, Return of the Jedi, Part 2. There
Come
you
on,
go.
let's go.
Let's fucking go.
Let's go.
All right, Pepsi, you close it out here, and hold on before you do.
Let's fucking go.
Hell, you are the man because for weeks and weeks and weeks, you are the man that have been talking about this. That's why you're best for last, baby, because you're going to close it out. Don't fucking
bring us home. Bring us home.
Bring us home. Do not.
I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So I think you're right. I think Roman and Rock win and going into night 2 with a lot of momentum. I think
night one.
Yeah, night one. I don't think there's going to be friction or expect a swerve from from Seth. But I do think Cody wins the second night. But I think he wins with the help of Seth running interference for him. So I think that's pretty much how it goes. I don't think there's a cash in. I don't think they're going to go for that. I think they tried it once, and that was great for what it was.
Right.
I do love the way it's shaping up. My only concern about this storyline is still The Rock's the number one guy, not Roman.
Right.
But they seem to find a soft middle ground. So what can I say? But me personally, I feel like the storyline got so huge that it overgrew and overshadowed Roman himself.
Yep.
So,
Okay.
But that's pretty much who I have winning and losing.
All right. Let's close it out, folks. We are done for this evening because people got to sleep and it's already midnight and Eastern time. But man, before we do, don't forget that we will be at Pacific Plate Brewery watching the watch along, and we're gonna have it here at the Debate Network here watching night 1, night 2. Hopefully, our man right here, our hermano familia, J-Man, will join us along for either one of the nights or both nights. He's more the open doors are welcome here.
All right.
So first of all, you already know. I want to thank everybody for watching. It's 4 fantastic, heading into 4 hours. I know, folks, but we all knew it was going to be a pandemonium debate and extravaganza, everything here because
it was a breeze, though. It was a breeze, I thought,
Oh, man. Yes. And I want to shout out to everybody, JJ, for subscribing, Ronnie for subscribing. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate all you guys. Justin is familia here. But before Justin, let the people know, and I appreciate you, hermano, for being here with us and for 4 hours. Thank you very much, man. Hopefully next week, you're welcome here next week for the recap. Everything, anything you like to do. Let the people know where they can find you, where can they listen to. Yo, listen. Get you.
Well, yeah, GETCHO has we took a little pause because I was on vacation, and there were some personal things that my homie had to do. So shout out to him. Congratulations on the wedding. Shout out Vince, Papi Delgado, and then, so we're going to be coming back next week, basically recapping all of Mania, just doing that. There's episodes up right now, Lechon Diaries with my homegirl Jizzy, where we talk about just a bunch of shit, and but yeah, there's a bunch of episodes. There's an episode with Ivan on there, Phil. I gotta get you and Dom up in there too. But yeah, next week GETCHO is gonna be coming back with the episode on Mania. Basically, you can find me there on the Twitter, GETCHO Podcast, on Instagram, GETCHO Podcast, and you can also find me with my cousins, Marks and Mikes. Every Fridays, we're gonna be doing an episode like this, similar with my homie Cheech. So shout out.
Cool. Phil, let them know where they can find you.
Basically, I got
man of Planet.
OnlyFans. OF.
I only got one place y'all can find me. Go to Instagram. Look for PhilipJP24601. The link's in the bio. It's where you can find my work and all writing and otherwise. Once again, Justin, thanks again, brother. It was great having you here. And so, it was cool. That's pretty much where you guys can find me. That's where webs, instance, text for X, Facebook, and all the rest of the places.
That's right, folks. So you already know. Make sure the link trees are below for GETCHO Podcast. So follow them all over social media platforms and follow them on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeart, just like us, anywhere you can find us on audio platforms. Shout out to everybody around the world, UK, Brazil, Vietnam, the Philippines, because I heard we have crowd in the Philippines.
Of course.
And Australia. Oh, come on, man. I can relate to you when it comes to
we cousins.
Well, my primos, we're cousins. So you already know that. But in that, familia, don't forget that here on the Debate Network and GETCHO Podcast, we don't just do podcasting, music, everything else around the world. We fucking make music, we make everything, but one thing we do is make history here, all of us. And make sure you follow my boy right here, mi hermano, GETCHO Podcast. Enjoy WrestleMania, everyone. And we will see you here in a watch along Saturday, Sunday, and Monday versus Delorean Podcast will be here he'll be doing here on the Debate Network, the Raw Watch Along after Mania, which I'll probably be joining him as well. So I have a busy schedule. That's just how I am. Do we do it for all of you guys for watching and subscribing and tuning in for us? But until then, folks, enjoy WrestleMania weekend. And not only that, make sure if it's not your cup of tea, pass it on to somebody else. But until then, Get Your Podcast, Pepsi Phil, the OnlyFans of $3.99, and the Debate Network here, which Pepsi Phil is part of the Debate Network. You'll see his logo. You'll see part of the logo soon. But until then, folks, until Mania, we fucking make history. Good night, everybody. Enjoy and have a good weekend. Peace.
Must bid you adieu, a goodbye, mwah, and good night. Oh my God, it's so great. Bang! Yes!